anxious earth is rising. Earth is rising. Anxious Earth is rising. I'm so happy. We spend our life searching
this sense of belonging. Some people die before they fulfill their desires. Such a waste of existence.
Anxious Earth is rising. Anxious Earth is rising. I'm so happy.
We spend our life searching for this.
Okay, enough of that. All right. Howdy. Welcome to the stream. This is the Double Triple channel. Tonight is movie night. We're going to watch a movie. It's January 9th, 2026. On January 1st, a whole bunch of films, pre-code talkies, came into the public domain. And so we're going to play one of those. And it's pretty funny. It's a good movie. I liked it. I watched it. It's pretty good. So we're going to play that in a little bit. Hopefully I'm in sync here. And let me, I'll do a test here just to make sure everything is working okay. All right. Whoops. That didn't play all the way, did it? Yep, good. Didn't want it to. All right, here we go. Let's see how this looks. Okay, here's the movie.
Just imagine what a difference 50 years can make. Take a look at New York in 1880. What a peaceful scene. What calm dignity. What quaint charm. It is so quiet you can even hear the rustle of the bustle. Lovely. No traffic problem in those days. The aged pedestrian was absolutely safe. See? What politeness.
Thank you.
In those days, they did not have electric lights, telephones, radios, wireless, automobiles, or airplanes. Ah, but they did have this. Well, who can tell? Maybe he forgot something. Just imagine. The people in 1880 thought they were the last word in speed. Take a look at the same spot today. Good old Fifth Avenue. Changed a bit, hasn't it? Ah, here's an adventurous soul. Going to do a little jaywalking, eh? Be careful. Take it easy. Watch yourself. He made it. No, he didn't. If the last 50 years made such a change, just imagine the New York of 1980, when everyone has a number instead of a name, and the government tells you whom you should marry. Just imagine 1980.
Hello, LN18. How are you, darling?
Hello, J21.
Well, it happened today.
What?
Whereas you, J21, and MT3 have both filed intention of marriage to LN18. In such a case, the tribunal must decide between the applicants from a standpoint of their worth and accomplishments. The tribunal has decided in favor of MT3. Now, therefore, you, J21, will from this date forward cease all attention to said LN18 as required by the law, Section 10, Paragraph 6. The tribunal takes notice and records your appeal, which will come before us September the 1st, 1980.
I was afraid this was going to happen.
So was I. Well, why did you ever consent to his filing an application?
It was Father's idea. And besides, I didn't know then that I was going to meet you. What are we going to do about it?
I'll see you tonight and we'll talk it over.
Oh, you mustn't, Jay. It's too dangerous.
Get out of there! Don't you know you can only pass there 3 minutes?
All right. Don't forget, I'll be over tonight.
Oh, you mustn't, Jay. But I hope you will.
Goodbye.
Bye.
What's the matter with you?
Oh, nothing.
I know, it's LN18. You better try to forget about her, Jay.
Easy advice, you lucky stiff. Nobody's trying to marry your girl. It's simple for you. Someone's at the door. See who it is.
It's some official.
How I hate these modern women. Let her in.
I'm the census taker.
I'm sorry, but we're out of our census today. Now, will you have a drink?
I don't drink.
Cigarette?
I don't smoke.
Well, I'll bet you play a great game of football.
How many live here?
3 if you count K9.
Two. Male or female?
What do you think?
Male.
Good, go to the head of the class.
Who are your parents?
General Electric. We're both incubator babies.
Young man, you are very impudent. Have a little respect for the law.
The law. How can I respect it? It's ridiculous. The marriage law, for instance. It's robbed me of the only girl I can ever love.
Was your application turned down?
Yes.
Did you appeal?
Yes, it comes up in 4 months.
That gives you 4 months to distinguish yourself over your rival.
How can I? I've reached the top in my line now. I'm an air pilot on a transatlantic liner. Everything that can be done in aviation's already been done. How can I distinguish myself in 4 months?
That's your affair. But don't criticize this marriage law. It, like the Volstead Act, is a noble experiment.
I don't get it.
Why, you men have all the best of it. For instance, you can file an application to marry me, which I can accept or reject. But I can't put in an application to marry you.
Not a bad law at that. Oh! I know it's a terrible thing to suggest, Jay, but can't you find some other girl?
No, it's no use, Harvey. I like a girl like my grandmother used to be. That's why I like Helen. She's an old-fashioned girl. I should have lived back in 1930.
What? With those slowpokes?
Pardon me if I seem high-hand to the girl who now holds sway, but I have to take off my hat to the girl of yesterday. Maybe I'm old-fashioned, but I admire so the type that blossomed 50 years ago. There's something about an old-fashioned girl that brings back the long, long ago. My heart sings the praise of her lovely ways and envies her old-fashioned pose. The modern girl I know would be glad.
All right, we got it. We got an ad starting, I think. So I'm gonna pause this for a little bit. Sorry, I had to pause it in the middle of a song there. I didn't time that out too well. So we'll wait for this ad to clear out. I think it's playing an ad now. I'm not sure, but I got it on pause just in case. So we'll wait and see if it plays the ad. Yeah, it says there's an ad in progress, so. Wait, oh, no ad here yet. Oh, thank you, Sydney. Yeah, it says that it's playing an ad, so I'll pause it just in case. There you go. Okay, so we did have an ad. Okay, so a little bit early on that. All right, so I know I can wait a little bit there. Yeah, I don't want anybody to miss the film. It's kind of shitty to have, we have to interrupt the film, but I don't know either way to do it. Okay, I'm going to start it here. I think the ads are clear. Here we go. We're going to start it now. Ready? 1, 2, 3, go.
To have the charm that my grandmother had, so you came to the town while I settled down with an old-fashioned girl that I know.
Pathetic boy. Can't you just picture them?
There's something about an old-fashioned the modern girl I know would be glad to have the charm that my grandmother had. You came to the town while I settled down with an old-fashioned girl that I know.
Well, I guess I'll call up my old-fashioned girl. Shame.
I always forget to shut that thing off.
It's all right with me. I thought you were going to take me to see that medical experiment today. Doesn't it come off in 15 minutes?
I'll be right over, darling.
Oh, you got a hole in your stocking.
I don't wear any stockings. That's my vaccination.
What medical experiment?
Well, her boss, Dr. X10, is trying to bring a man to life who's been dead for 50 years.
I'd like to see that.
Okay, come along. It might cheer you up a bit.
Sorry I was so long getting here. How are you, sweet?
Hello, Dee.
Greetings, Dave. Well, how do you like my new dress? It's a brand new model. It's called a Stay Out.
Stay out?
You see, if you fly over to Paris some afternoon and you want to stay out for dinner, presto.
Maybe I'm too young to watch this.
I think you're too old to get any reaction.
That's great, Dee.
Wait, that's not all. Now, how do you like me?
Come on, Jay, or we'll be late.
Hey, you birds! Wait a minute! Aren't you going to help a woman pull herself together? Wait, will you? Hello, T. Hello, dear.
Tell me, baby, who is this bird the doc's trying to bring back to life?
Oh, someone that was playing golf way back in 1930 and was hit by lightning right in the middle of his backswing.
Do you think the doc can do it?
I doubt it. By the look of this guy, he was dead even when he was alive.
Well, what does he look like?
Well, do you know Pellegrino, the picture star?
Yes.
Well, he looks like his dog. But I have to get into my uniform. Go on in or you'll miss the show.
Okay, honey.
How do you feel?
Oh, great. How you been? Where am I? What's happened?
You were struck by lightning.
Well, I better take a shower and get home.
Wait a minute. You were struck by lightning in 1930. This is 1980.
1980. You were fooling me.
Gentlemen,
1980.
the experiment is a success.
That's a good Wait a minute. You can't get away with this. If what you say is true, what are you going to do with me?
I'm through with you. To me, you were just an experiment.
Well, you brought me to life. What's going to happen to me now?
If you're unhappy, I can kill you again.
Oh, no. That's all right, Doctor. I used to look around a little bit.
The poor chump. Maybe we should offer to take care of him.
What for? Probably be a terrible nuisance.
Well, what of it? I think we should do it at that, Artie.
All right.
Say, pal, we know you haven't any place to go. Maybe you'd like to live with us for a while, until you get settled.
Oh, don't worry about me. Can you direct me to the Elks Club? Well, that won't do you any good. Why not? Well, don't you realize they put you out 49 years ago for not paying your dues? That's right. I'm not an elk. Oh, don't take it so hard. You come along with us. Thanks, old man. My name is Peterson.
That name's no good to you now. We all have numbers.
Numbers? So where can I get a number? And how much is that? Well, they're all given out and set aside for future generations. How about single-o or maybe double-o?
Nobody has those, of course.
Oh, that's fine. Then shake hands with old single-o.
If you've really decided you want to live, I'm delegated to keep you alive.
That's nice. How?
With a shot every 3 hours until you're acclimated. Bend over. Now.
Not bad.
He's alive, all right. Well, boys, I'll see you later.
Okay, Dee.
Tell us, Singlo, what do you want to do?
What do you say we show him the town? That's great. Let's go.
All right, come on.
You know, I hope you get it. Boys, I wouldn't know the old town. Where is all the automobiles? Oh, they're on the upper level.
Oh, but hardly anybody drives a car now. They all use planes.
Is that so?
Yes, I fly a Rosenblatt. Had a Tannenbaum last year. Jay flies a Pincus for his personal use, but all the airliners are Goldfarbs.
Goldfarb? It looks like someone got even with Henry Ford. Say, boys, how about a little lunch? You know, I haven't eaten in 50 years.
Sure. There's a cafe there.
There?
Yeah.
Come on. Well, what will you have? Table d'hote or a la carte?
Oh, I used to take the regular dinner.
Okay. Here you are. Clam chowder, roast beef, beets, asparagus, pile of mode and coffee. How does that sound?
Oh, that's fine.
Okay.
You know, I love roast beef.
Yeah?
Here you are, boy. Wrap yourself around that. Eat it.
Go ahead. Well, how was it?
The roast beef was a little bit tough. So that's the way you eat now. I must admit that it satisfies me. But back in 1930, a meal was a meal. You could see the thick steak with the juice oozing out, and you could feel the cold cream going down. There was something to eating then. I don't know, boys. Give me the good old days.
Oh, come on, let's go.
By the way, boys, what is the prohibition situation now?
Well, it looks like in a year or two we're going to get light wines and beer.
Ha! For heaven's sake, are they still saying that?
Yeah, but I can fix you up if you'd like a little highball.
Now you're coming right down my street.
Here you are.
What? More pills?
Don't worry. They've got plenty of kick.
Well, here goes.
How was that?
Not bad, not bad. But back in my time, we would get the big cold stein of beer with the foam on the top. Ah, it was a pleasure. There was something to drinking then. I don't know, boys. Give me the good old days.
Come on.
Wait a minute. What's going on there?
We've been married a year now, dear. You think we can have fun?
I think so, darling. What do you want, a boy or a girl?
A boy.
Give me the good old days.
Won't you reconsider? They say it's a great show.
Yes, daughter. Please come along.
No. I'd be miserable company with this splitting headache.
Well, it came on very suddenly, I must say.
Ah, here, dear. Take your medicine.
Come empty.
I hope that medicine will fix you up all right. Good night.
I hope that medicine fixes you up all right. Good night.
You feel better now, kid?
Mothers ought to tell their daughters, never, never wed. Mothers ought to warn their daughters, shun the marriage bed. Although that's very good.
All right. I'm gonna pause it here so we got an ad coming up, and so I'm gonna pause it now so we don't have to interrupt the song. Otherwise, the ad would come right in the middle of the song. So the ad should be starting here any second now. It's a pretty interesting film. It's a fun film. It's funny, you know. Even this is like 100 years later, and it's still funny. So that's pretty good. All right, so we'll wait for these ads to clear, and then I'll start this, and she'll play her little tune here. All right, I think the ad should be done now, so I'm going to start this up again. Okay, here we go.
One drawback I can see. Had Grandma told my mother that there wouldn't be a me.
It ain't no sin to take off your skin, but keep your sunny side up. Whoopee!
Hey,
Stand up here.
You've had enough to drink. Give me that bottle.
Oh, leave me alone. I'm the only guy that ever celebrated his first birthday.
Whoopee! Will you please be quiet? Jay's calling on his girl, and it's dangerous. Now, you wait here till we get back.
What's that?
That's a street lamp.
Where's the post?
They don't have posts anymore.
Oh, that's too bad. You know, I could use one of those right now.
Steady.
Stand up here. What's the
Come
matter
on.
with you?
Let me have some more pills before you go.
There you are. Now take care of yourself.
Yeah, take care of yourself.
You take care of yourself. I'm gonna be all right. Sweet Adeline, my Adeline.
Be quiet.
Hello, baby.
Why did this have to happen to us?
They say everything might be worse, and maybe it's true. When you're in my arms, I feel I could conquer the world. I'll find some way to distinguish myself.
As far as I'm concerned, you're more distinguished than he is right now. You really accomplished something. All he's done is publish that old paper his father left him.
But the Tribunal doesn't see it that way.
The Tribunal doesn't know anything about love,
Love is beautiful when the loved ones are together.
but it's terrible when they're apart.
Love is like a song, they say, but dear to have a song, you've gotta have the music and words that flow along. Words and tunes must be combined, or songs could never be. And what is true of every song applies to you and me. I am only the words, you are the melody, and we need the two to make a song of love. Tell me what good are words without a melody? They are like an earth without a sun above. Although my words are sweet, the music's in your heart. Our song can't be complete if we keep the two apart. But when my words are wedded to your melody, then the world will hear a perfect song of love. are the melody.
Oh, Jay, what are we going to do?
I wish I knew. It does seem hopeless. Kiss me.
You poor dear. I'm so sorry for you. But after all, it's much worse for me.
What? How?
Of course it is. You don't have to marry him. Kiss me.
We could run away. But there's no place to run to. That'd only bring us back.
Oh, Jay, I love you so. And if it's any comfort to you, I love you always.
And when my words are wedded to your melody,
kiss me.
Then the world will hear a perfect song of love.
Oh, boy. There's nothing like an old-fashioned girl.
Oh, they've come back! Come on! Oh, quick! Hide here! Oh, hurry up now! Quick! They're coming! The wall, Jay, hurry!
Where's Artie?
He's hiding. Then you hide. You mustn't be caught here.
No, I'll face him.
Oh, Jay, don't be stubborn. Do it for my sake, please.
Come on.
I told you you were wrong. There's no one here.
What's the matter with you, MT3? You know very well that LN has always been a fine, upright girl. How dare you be suspicious? Why, no one comes up here but you.
Well, I guess I was wrong. But who wouldn't be jealous of a little darling like my LN? Come, AK, let's go to the show. Good night.
Good night.
Hey, there's Jay.
We don't know any Jay. And anyway, he's not here.
Oh, he is so too. I just saw him climb up here. I don't want to take him away. I only want to borrow a few more pills. Hiya, boy.
So, LN has always been a fine, upright girl. Above suspicion, eh?
If you have anything to say, say it to me.
Take it easy, MT. Take it easy.
I have plenty to say to you. Ah, that completes the foursome. I suppose you know what can happen to you for coming here.
Oh, MT, please don't report him. I'd do anything you say.
Never mind, LN. Let him report me if he wants to.
I'm not going to report him, dear. Only this mustn't happen again. Tell him so. Go on, dear. Tell him.
This mustn't happen again, Jay.
That's fine. Now tell him to go, dear.
You better go, Jay.
Good night. And as for you...
You handled that beautifully, MT.
You know, I've yet to find the situation that I can't handle.
I guess I combed everything up, Ye. I'm sorry.
You certainly did. I told you to stay down here and be quiet.
Never mind, Artie. It's all over now. Forget it, Singalo. It doesn't matter.
Oh, come on, Jay, let's go home.
You boys go along. I want to take a walk by myself.
He feels pretty bad, doesn't he? Maybe we better stick with him.
Oh, he'll be all right, I guess.
So women are still causing trouble. You would think in 50 years they could have found a good substitute for them.
Oh, come on, let's go home.
And we need a tune to make us song of love. La 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 la. Tell me what good are words without a melody. They are like an earth without a sun above.
Weary, depressed, hostile. She's unstable. Isn't it so?
Who are you? How do you know this?
Your youth tells me. Going to end it all, weren't you?
No, I wasn't. But it's not a bad idea.
You're just the man I'm looking for. I can give you your heart's desire.
Who are you?
What does it matter? I can solve your problem. And if that is true, it's worth the chance, isn't it? Trust me. Come. It is your man.
Sit down. Will you introduce yourself, sir?
J-21, pilot on the airliner Pegasus.
So much the better, J-21. I am Z4.
Z4? The great inventor?
I hope the number inspires your confidence. You will need it when you learn my strange proposition. Thousands of years ago, man wondered what was across the river. Then he went over and found out. Later, Columbus wondered what was across the ocean, and he went over
and found out. Since then, men have sought for and learned every secret of the earth. On the land, in the water, in the air. But there is one secret, the greatest of all.
Okay, I got to pause it again because I've got ads coming up. Hopefully you didn't miss any of that. For those of you who got in late, I'm going to try to post in chat like a little plot summary up until this point so you can catch up on what's going on in the film. So I think they're playing ads right now, maybe. I think I'm going to back this up just a little bit here. I'll back up just a little bit so we don't miss anything. It'll be easier to understand. If I can just tell you basically what's going on in the film. Let me turn on my mic here a little bit. What's going on is you got the protagonist, the man and the woman, right, who want to get married, and this is like a kind of a totalitarian or a dystopia or whatever, where the state decides who marries who, and so. You know, it's kind of like a Romeo and Juliet thing almost. You know, the guy and the girl want to get married, and the state is telling the woman that she has to marry another guy, and you know, it's kind of a RomCom plot too. This section that's coming up right here, where he talks to this guy, this kind of sets up the whole plot. So. I'll play that as soon as the ads are over. All right, I think we got it going here. I backed it up just a little bit so it'll make a little bit more sense. Hopefully the ads are over.
Thousands of years ago, man wondered what was across the river. Then he went over and found out. Later, Columbus wondered what was across the ocean, and he went over and found out. Since then, men have sought for and learned every secret of the earth. On the land, in the water, in the air. But there is one secret, the greatest of all, that remains a mystery.
And that is?
The planet Mars. They have said such a venture is impossible. But they said that to Columbus, to Peary, to Lindbergh.
Yes?
I have built a plane, foolproof, that will make the trip to Mars and return. It needs a man. A brave man. Are you the one?
Why should I be? Why should I fly your plane to Mars?
For the same reason that I have spent 5 years perfecting it. For humanity.
Humanity? What has humanity done for me? It's robbed me of the only girl I can ever love, because I'm not distinguished enough to marry her.
Then you are the man. Because if you successfully make this trip, you will be the most distinguished man in the world.
That's right. How long would it take?
3 months and 25 days. That allows 5 days upon the planet Mars itself.
great. I could be back in time. I'll do it.
Not so fast. Let me warn you that you may never get back. We don't know if man can live upon the planet Mars, but it's worth the chance, isn't it?
You bet it is.
The plane is absurdly simple. One thing only makes it possible. My greatest invention, the gravity neutralizer. With the speed of the Earth's motion and the rocket attachment, the plane will have sufficient momentum to make the trip.
And where is the plane?
In a secluded place in the hills. I will take you there tomorrow. You will leave in 8 days at 4 a.m. My calculations are made for that time. Young man, our interview is at an end.
Thank you.
Artie? Oh, Artie?
Artie, my troubles are over. I've found a way out. Congratulate me.
Why, what's happened?
I'm going to Mars.
You've been drinking. You're going to bed. Come on.
I know. You're going to tell me what they told Perry, Columbus, and Lindbergh.
Say, what's this all about?
Z4 has invented a plane that'll go to Mars, and I'm going to fly it.
Z4? Well, that's different. When do we start?
You? You want to go along?
Say, boy, you're not going anyplace without me.
Wait a minute. This is no tea party. There's only a bare chance that the plane will make it. Why should you take the risk?
Well, there's one big reason, Jay. We've been pals. Real pals. Ever since we were little kids. Why, we've gone through everything together. There's no reason why we should stop now. If you go, I go.
All right, kid. I'll try and fix it tomorrow. We'll go together.
Okay, boy.
Where are we going now?
You're not going anyplace. We're going to Mars.
Oh, take me with you. I'd like to meet your mother. Here she comes with her can of flits. Don't tell me. I know.
Now remember, boys, you're the only ones who know where we're going. I must ask you to keep it a secret until the news breaks in the morning papers. In conclusion, let me thank you again for this great honor you have bestowed on us. I know of no finer way that we could have spent our last night on Earth. And it is our last night on Earth for 4 months at any rate. Thank you.
How about leading our old drinking song, Jay?
Yeah. Come on.
Ready? 1, 2.
One time more, raise your glasses high, as before, raise your glasses dry. From one we on most, even though we're tight tonight, there's room for one more toast. Come on and drink. Wet your whistle and drink. If they want the world dry, why, we will obey. We'll just drink it that way. Come on and drink. Sarsaparilla or ink. What's it matter the time or taste of the brew? to the sailors. We'll drink to butchers and even sailors. And while we're at it, we'll keep on thinking of things to drink to keep on drinking Scotch and rye and Trimmel. Hack, leave us just as Himmel. Drink! Your whistle and drink. They want the world cry. Why? We will obey. If God drink it that way, come on and drink. Sarsaparilla or ink. What's it matter the time? Or length of the brew, long as we can drink to you. Have a drink, have a drink, have a drink, have a drink, have a drink.
That's a beautiful woman there. Who is that?
Why, that's the wife of the commander. She has on the newest style evening gown. Why, all the women will be wearing them soon.
I think it's terrible. It covers up too much. Ladies were more generous in my time. And all the ladies are going to be wearing those too?
Why, yes.
Nuts with the good old days.
Where are the girls, Singolo?
Oh, they're here someplace. But Ellen can't stay long. Say, you might tell me how you like my new suit.
Not bad.
What's that bulge on your right hip?
That's ammunition. I'm not going to get caught short again.
Well, take care of yourself.
You bet.
Hurry up, Dee. I can only stay half an hour longer, and I haven't seen Jay yet. Oh, Dee. Do you think they'll tell us tonight where they're going?
I've been pumping Singolo, but I can't get any information out of him.
All Jay will tell me is that what he's doing is for my sake.
Well, I'll find out what that tailspin of mine is up to, or I'll know the reason why. Come on, Keith.
Perhaps we can induce D6 and RT42 to sing a little song for us.
Love has made me tender. I now appreciate every little creature on this earth that has a mate. Once I hated crickets, I couldn't stand a bee. Now here is the motto that I follow faithfully. Never swat a fly. He may love another fly. He may sit with her and sigh the way I do with you. Never harm a flea. He may have a favorite she that he bounces on his knee the way I do with you. Never stop a bee if he is going anywhere. Why, you may be concluding some terrific love affair. Be careful, don't step on an ant in the middle of a pant. He may want to, but he can't the way I do with you.
I'm the same as you are. Tears come to my eyes when I see professors chasing helpless butterflies. Fishermen are hateful. They lead a wicked life.
Must you go so soon?
Yes. I must get home before Father does.
Nothing ever happens in life as you hope it will, does it? I pictured us saying our goodbyes alone together, in some faraway place. It would have meant so much to me that way.
Oh, Jay, I don't like the sound of that. Won't you tell me where you're going? What you're going to do?
Don't ask me, darling. Just believe that what I'm doing is the best for both of us. Please trust me. And another thing. Above all, this mustn't be a sad. We must be happy. Because when I see you again, all our dreams will have come true.
I'll try, Jay.
Come, dear. Smile. That's it. Now. This is for you. It explains everything. But you mustn't read it until after 4 o'clock tomorrow morning. Promise me that.
All right. We got ads coming up. Hopefully we didn't have to interrupt the song. That's good. So, all right. So we got to wait for the ads here. Yeah, this is pre-code. Orange Hue. This is after the silent era, when talkies first came. You notice there were a lot of, this one showing a lot of women in their underwear and stuff like that, which is was pretty risque back then. And eventually they did they had a code that the movie studios followed. That's why they call this pre-code. This is a pre-code era. All right, I think the ads are over. I'm not sure. I'm going to wait another few seconds here just in case, because it's hard to tell when they're over. So sorry about that. All right, I think they're over now. I'm going to start it up. I backed it up a couple seconds here. Here we go.
It explains everything. But you mustn't read it until after 4 o'clock tomorrow morning. Promise me that.
Goodbye, Jay, darling. I'll be waiting for you.
I'm going to sing a little song like I sang in Porterville, way back in 1930. His name was Elmer Stremmingway, her name was Fanny Lee. A farmer boy, a farmer girl. And he said, marry me.
Alas, she cried, I love you so, but I cannot do that. My father made me promise I would marry Silas Pratt.
Elmer said, that must not be, for Silas is a rat. I won't give up my Fanny, you'll never be a brat. Just then poor Fanny's folks drove up and took them by surprise. And with him sat old Silas Pratt with anger in his eyes. The girl said, oh! And Pratt said, so. Her dad said, go. The girl said, no, no. The boy says, wait, I must obey, and sadly walked away. A week has passed, the scene has changed, it's now the month of spring. The preacher waits the tide knot, fire starts to sing. Beside the older Silas Pratt is waiting with a smile, his fanny down the aisle. Now Pratt repeats the word, I do. Now Fanny does the same. The preacher reads while Fanny prays, oh, save me from my shame. Then suddenly a voice rings out from an old familiar face. 'Tis the Remingway who hollers, stay, this wedding can't take place. The preacher stops and Silas scowls, then Fanny's home, home of a home. Then Silas cries, what does this mean? And Elmer then did say, I just come back from Tompkinsville, where living on the flats, I found your poor deserted wife and 7 little brats. The villain, with a snarl of rage, went bounding from the room. The ceremony then continued, with Elmer as the groom. So Elmer got his Fanny, and happy to this day live Fanny and her ma and her pa and Elmer Remingway.
That's all I can tell you, gentlemen.
How do you do?
How do you do?
I am MT3, publisher of the Clarion. I thought this was important enough for me to appear personally.
It's even more important than that.
I've checked the time with both observatories, sir. You have 12 minutes and 13 seconds exactly.
Fine.
One moment, J21.
What do you want?
Only to offer you my best wishes for a successful trip.
Do you mean that?
Of course. I think you're going to make it. And I'm pulling for you. Au revoir.
Thanks. Do you really think he's going to make it, Chief?
Of course not. He'll break his fool neck. I hope.
Take this little book, my boy. It contains all the calculations for your return. And now, Godspeed and good luck.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Feeding back, gentlemen. A little more, please. Goodbye. God bless you.
Goodbye, sir. Well, we're off. There's one satisfaction anyway. No one ever went this fast before. But I'm black and blue from the shock of that start.
Didn't bother me a bit. Oh, boy.
How you think I feel? Single-o. You didn't think you could lose me, did you?
A stowaway.
Yes, a stowaway. What you gonna do about it?
Well, as long as you're here, you're welcome. How's that sight? And it's a sight no one's ever seen before. Take a look at it, Artie.
Oh, boy.
Can't even see Mars yet.
I wish you boys would tell me something. Where does Ma live? And whose mother is it?
It's the planet Mars.
Oh, for heaven's sake. This is a fine time to tell me.
Well, now that you know where we're going, I guess you're sorry you're with us.
No, I'm not, boys. My wife and little son aren't with me anymore. You boys is all I got. And besides, I'm getting away from those injections. Say, ain't anybody steering this thing?
No one has to steer it. The flight of this plane was adjusted on this dial by the inventor.
Oh, I hope his aim was good.
There it is. We're gonna hit it all right. Feel the pull of the gravity? If we hit the air at this speed, we'll burn up. We're coming into it. Give it the reverse rocket, Artie.
Okay. That ought to slow her up.
You got over that hurdle all right. Now release the wings and pull off the gravity neutralizer. Now for a happy landing.
Oh, I got my fingers crossed.
Looks like a good place right ahead.
Oh, go easy, easy.
Jay! We made it!
Artie, we did it!
I knew you could do
boy,
it,
we did it! I knew we could!
We did it, boy! We did it!
All right, I'm convinced. Let's go home.
Not till we've had a look around. Come on, Artie.
Let's go.
So this is Mars. We got a spot like this 3 miles from my hometown.
You should be on it.
You're telling me?
Let's turn the plane around, boys. We may have to leave here any minute.
Now you're talking.
About this angle, Artie.
Okay.
I'll turn on the elevators.
Say, it's easy to lift things up here. You notice that?
The gravity up here isn't as strong, that's why.
That's what I thought.
Take this automatic, Artie. You may need it. Well, boys, here goes. Say, this is the path we're on. That means somebody lives up here.
Well, I hope it's us.
Which way now, Columbus?
I'll toss a coin. Heads it's right, tails it's left. Heads.
Come on. Wait a minute.
I heard something too.
Neither did I. I think I'm going to...
Okay, we got ads coming up again, so hopefully I caught that before the ads started. I think a minute and a half, something like that. So we're about halfway through, I guess. No, we still have about a half hour, a little over a half hour of the film to go still. I think the ads are over. So we're going to start it. Here we go.
I think I'm gonna like it up here.
Lulu. I'll say she is.
She crazy me. What are you doing? What's the matter with you?
Stop that. She's telling us we're welcome and can have food, sleep, and drink.
I'll thank you.
Boo-boo.
I think she's a little nuts. Yes. Let's get out of here.
Wait a minute. She's trying to tell us something.
Nothing that I want to hear.
She's telling us to look out for something, but I don't know what.
Sing, gang, galong, gang.
Wang! Boko.
She's not the queen. He is.
You think it's okay for us to split up?
I think so.
As long as Boko's around, you stick with me. Boko. Ace shade, ain't they?
No, lady, now wait a minute, will you? Please, now. What kind of a place is this? I don't need a bath. Now, let me alone. Please, go away. What are you trying to do to me? Hey, I'm too young.
VD countdown.
I'm from the Earth.
The melody. And we need the two. We need the two to make a song of love. Darling, tell me what good are words without a melody? Why, they're like an earth without a sun above. And although my words are sweet, the music, it's in your heart. Our song, it won't be complete if we keep the two apart. But when my words, when they're wedded to your melody. Oh, Jay, where are you, darling? Kiss me.
Well, thank goodness we got rid of those things. You know, I like girls well enough, but I don't like an audience when I'm invading. But outside of that, Mars is a great country, ain't it?
Seems these people are a little changeable.
Boo-boo! Ah!
You're all right now, boys. Here comes my buddy. He'll straighten everything out.
Maybe that was the wrong gesture. Try another. You.
Do you know any more gestures?
Take it easy. Don't antagonize him. This may be our finish, but let's not make any mistakes.
Lenaning and Panyang, pull!
Well, I don't get it. What made him so mad all of a sudden?
That Boko's a funny guy. First he hugs me, and then he slugs me.
I think I've got it. Yeah, that's it. Everybody on Mars has a twin. One of them good, one of them bad. That's what Lulu was trying to tell us when she held up the two fingers.
Nothing but twins born up here?
Twins? That Boko hits like he was a quartet.
And we're now in the hands of the bad twin.
Well, what are we gonna do?
We must get out of here at the very latest in 4 days, or we won't get back to Earth in time for my appeal.
That fella?
He's an idol.
He's idol? With all those girls?
I hate to tell you this, boys, but it looks like we're finished. 4 days have gone by, and if we don't leave here within the next 2 hours, there's no need of my going back at all.
There's not much chance of us leaving here within the next 2 hours.
I'll compromise on the next 2 years.
What are you doing?
Where are they? Boys, what's the matter?
Flowers. Take away.
Don't worry, boys. I get you up.
All right, we got ads coming up, so I got to pause it here for a little bit. We're gonna talk about this afterwards. There's some things in this film that are not, not to today's, might be offensive to people and all that kind of stuff. But we'll talk about that stuff after the film. So let me let these ads play, and then I'll start it again. I think the ads are done. So I'm going to start it up again. Here we go.
Don't worry, boys. I get you up. And if I can't get you up, I lay down with you.
Wang!
Mammy Earth, take your baby. Here. Take this pill. That ought to fix you up. And I don't feel so good myself.
You sure you aimed it right, Singolo?
It's here in the book, the fifth day, 5:20, at just 18 and a quarter. If my watch is right, we ought to make a bullseye.
But is your watch right?
To tell you the truth, I don't care whether it is or not. I'm so glad to get off of Mars, I don't care if we land on Juniper.
Listen,
what's wrong?
What's the matter? I just happened to think. We may have trouble proving we've been to Mars. We didn't bring anything with us.
Well, I brought this bump, but I'm afraid it won't last till we get back.
When I brought something with me, it's in this box. I show you. Look out, Doc! What's the matter?
What is it?
I told you it was going to bump into Halley's Comet. Did you see it over here?
Jay, let's get this guy. What is it? Who's Halley's Comet?
What do you give us like Sabine said?
Do you see anything?
Nothing.
Nothing. That's all I've heard for 5 days. Oh, what's the use? It all seems so hopeless. Ah, nothing's hopeless, dear. Don't give up. I'm sorry, Dee. Guess I'm nervous. Maybe that's the news. Answer us.
That's what I'm about to do.
Well, get a move on, will you?
I'm down at the tribunal. J21's appeal comes up next. Is there any news?
No news, sir.
Oh, Z4, you must do something. Speak for him, won't you?
I shall do my best.
I'm sorry to say this, LN18, but you may as well know that if he isn't here now, he won't be here at all.
Oh, don't, dear. You must remember, it means just as much to me.
This is F-1991 at Roosevelt Field. Report to Z4 that his rocket plane has been sighted here, headed for New York. It has been picked up by our escort and should be in the city in 10 minutes.
Oh, I want to shake your hand.
Please!
Here I come. What's the matter? Jay's heading for the tribunal. What if they reach a verdict before he gets there? Oh, they won't. I'll stall them off. How? Don't worry. I'll think of something. Come on.
Next is a case of LN18, MT3 versus J21. MT3.
Present, Your Honor.
J21. J21. J21.
If it please, Your Honor, I should like to speak for a moment in behalf of J21. I am Z4.
I know you, sir, by reputation. This is a great honor. But the law will not permit me to grant your request.
In that case, may I ask that J21 get a postponement?
I object to this, Your Honor. It is contrary to legal procedure.
I am sorry to say that such is the case.
But some exception should be made for J21. Before the day is over, this youth who has been to Mars will have returned to the acclaim of the world. Do you wish to wrong such a man?
Oh, poppycock.
I am sorry, sir. It is out of my hands. In view of the fact that J21 has not appeared to substantiate his appeal, I hereby grant you MT3.
Just a moment, please, Your Honor. One moment, please. I have something to say. Your Honor, this man... Well, Judge, you have no idea.
What are you talking about?
I'll tell you what I'm talking about. This man is the father of my child.
That's a lie. I know this girl, Your Honor, but she's never been anything to me.
How can you stand there and say that with our little Kate sick at home in her crib?
Nonsense.
How about those moonlight rides to China, Japan, Italy, Honolulu, haven't you, Judge?
Yes?
Then hear my story. I was a child at the time, and he was a man of the world. I was the daughter of a poor farmer, and he was a son of a millionaire. And now I want him to take care of little K6, and you too.
Me?
You two's the number of the twins.
Your Honor, I, J21, report for my appeal.
Order in the court. Order! Just a moment, J21. Young woman, when did all this happen?
Oh, Judge, you can't expect a girl to remember everything. Let's let it go.
Which one of these men is the father of your twins?
I did make a few misstatements, Judge, but I wasn't under oath. Catch on?
I'm beginning to see through this, and under the existing circumstances, I'm going to let the matter drop. Present your evidence, J21.
I object, Your Honor. You are about to render a verdict.
But I didn't render it. Continue, young man.
I've just returned from Mars.
He's mad. How do we know he's been to Mars? I demand proof.
What you say is correct. Have you that proof?
Artie, get single O.
All right, Jerry.
Come on, get along there. You're in my territory now. I'm going to teach you to press pens, clean shoes, and darn socks. But I shave myself. Good morning, Judge.
A man from Mars. And in this connection, I would like to say, Your Honor, that I am not the hero of this adventure. I did my part, and so did RT-42. But the real hero is Single O, who captured this giant single-handed, without a weapon, while we were both unconscious.
A likely story. That proves they're lying. How could that shrimp capture a man of this size?
Shrimp? Is there no justice? Now, I'm going to show you the funny part about these people from Mars. Look. But get this. You see? It's just mind over. What's the matter?
The court is convinced.
Well, before an exhibition like that would convince me, I'd shoot myself.
Well, you'd be shooting the right man.
I hereby grant you, J21, license of marriage to LN18. And I congratulate you. The court is adjourned.
Congratulations.
Thanks, Alex. You're
Is your name Ole Peterson?
It was in 1930.
Did you live at 122 Skimmerhorn Street, Brooklyn?
You got me right.
Did you have a wife, Hilda? And a son, Axel?
Yes, I did.
Well, I'm your little son, Axel. Papa.
Climb up on my knees, sonny boy.
All right. That's it. We've got ads starting up here, so wait for that. Wait for the ads to come. I don't know where they're at here, but they're starting here any second. So, oh, that was a pretty funny movie, wasn't it? We'll talk about some of the stuff in there. But let me let these ads play first. All right, we're waiting. If you're watching this on a VOD, we're just waiting for the ads to clear. It's a live Twitch stream. Twitch likes to play ads, so we're waiting for the ads. Okay, I think the ads are done. I think. So this is, yeah, the movie was made in 1930, so it's almost 100 years ago. But it held up really good, I think. It was funny, and, you know, there were some parts that were not, you know, to today's sensibilities and stuff in there, and we can talk about those. This particular film, this particular copy of the film looks like it's a copy that was aired on television or something. There, I found several copies out there. Let me see. Let me put this up here, and you can see this. Yeah, see here. Let's see here. You can see it's got the little station ID here, Fox Movie Channel. So that's cable. So it was, you know, it was aired sometime after 1980s, I guess. Not sure when, but somebody snatched a copy of it and put it out there. So that the film itself is all public domain. This little station identification may still be trademarked to the actual design or whatever or something, and you know, the name of the Fox Movie Channel. I don't know if that's still a thing for Fox or not. The movie itself was produced. Some of the copies out there look like they took this copy and then just pasted something over the top of it. You know, the station IDs. It came up. I think this came up twice in the film for like 30 seconds or 20 seconds or something like that. And it looks like some people took a copy of this copy of the film that was aired on Fox Movie Channel and just pasted over this. I don't know if that's even necessary, really. you know, you can see that it's like translucent behind this when that station ID is on there. So it'd be pretty easy to remove, and AI programs could take this pretty easily and remove this to where you wouldn't even tell that it was there at all. I mean, they have that capability now, but it might be hard to find one. I don't know if that could do that right now, but like in a year or so, that capability, to do something like that will be part of the actual players, the video player. You know, so on your video player, you can just say, you know, click a little thing that says, you know, remove station IDs, you know, remove scratches and dust and stuff like that from old movies, remove cues, you know, real cues, the real cues they put up here. I didn't notice any in this one, so maybe they removed it in this one. I don't know. But there are real cues that show up in the upper, usually in the upper right-hand corner of the film before each reel. You know, reels are only like 20 minutes long or 30 minutes long or something like that. So they got to change reels all the time, the projectionists in the movie theater. So they flash a little cue up here, a little blop right here before that. So that's the kind of stuff that I think, you know, your VLC or other video players will be able to just remove that stuff automatically. Commercials, you know, anything like that. They'll be able to remove them automatically using AI. So that's that. This copy that I played here looked like it was probably closest to what the film would look like in a theater, or you know, what footprints would look like when the movie was released. So that's what I wanted to do, is to get to that, whatever was closest to that. Let me start at the end here. There was some stuff. This is you know, progressive era. It was during Prohibition, pre-code. You know, so just to give you 1930s. This was before they were really had an idea of what the Depression was going to be like, you know, and it was written before that, you know, obviously before the stock market crash. So it was upbeat, you know. It wasn't, you know, it wasn't like a Depression era, you know what I mean? So it was kind of an upbeat film. This thing here, that when they got there, right, that they got Martians that look like people, and that's, you know, even Star Trek did that, right? They did, you know, their aliens look just like people with just some minor changes, and that's just because it's easier. It's easier to make the film that way. But they made them look like, you know, indigenous people or pre-contact people. You know, I think that's what they call them now, people who have not been contacted by the outside, quote-unquote, outside world. Called pre-contact populations or people. But I think it's, you know, it's kind of derogatory, you know. And that was in film. In the 1930s, there were still a lot of populations that were uncontacted. You know what I mean? There were still a lot of people who were not contacted by, you know, the Western world or, you know, developed society or whatever. So that was happening a lot. You know, people going, making expeditions to, you know, in the Amazon or in Africa, or, you know, things like that, to find uncontacted people. So that was kind of like a theme or whatever around that time. But it's the way they're treated is derogatory by today's standards. But that treatment of you know, indigenous people was I mean, you could see that in films all the way up into the 21st century. They did that. I don't know if they're still doing that. I mean, it would be pretty. You have to have a pretty stodgy script to have somebody do that today, I think. But that's something, you know. And then there was this particular character, this guy that they see here. Let me find out when they first contact him. Okay, here it is. So they contact this guy, and he makes a comment here. Right here.
Do you know any more gestures?
Take it easy. Don't antagonize him. This may be our finish, but let's not make any mistakes.
Lenaning and Panyang, pull!
Okay, it was before that point.
Wrong
Because I want to comment
Here
on this.
comes my...
Not right by today's standards. Let me fade here.
You're all right now, boys. Here comes my buddy. He'll straighten everything out. Maybe that was the wrong gesture. Try another. You.
Maybe it was before this point. Hang on just a second. Let me see if I can find this here. Oh yeah, it was before that. Yeah, here it is. Okay.
Ball call.
She's not the queen. He is.
Alright, so there. Alright, so there was, it's a, you know, this is pre-code. After they passed the code, they couldn't even talk about gay people or anything. They kind of made it a joke here, so that's not quite right, you know, by today's standard, but it's fairly liberal just to even talk about that, you know, in a film at that time. So this is during the progressive era. But it's, you know, stereotypes and stuff like that, so it's not, by today's standard, it's not right. But, you know, it's quite amazing that they did even discuss it. At this time, there was, I can't remember the name of the actor, but there was an actor who was pretty much openly gay. And that's just amazing, like in the silent era and in early talkies. And I can't remember the guy's name, but he was pretty much openly gay, and the studios tried to get him to get into a lavender marriage or something, you know, and not talk about it or whatever, and he wouldn't do it, you know. So they ended up just, you know, blackballing him or whatever. So. But it was still, you know, it's progressive era. I mean, they were fairly liberal, you know, on a lot of stuff. And then the Depression hit, and then we had World War II, and then after that, forget it, was like, you know, Victorian era or something. After that, the 50s were really bad. And it wasn't until the 60s revolution that things started to loosen up again. So, and then also the way they treated women. Let's see if I can find that here. You know, pretty much objectifying women and stuff like that, you know. So that's not quite right. I don't think. For this time it was not even, people didn't even consider it at all. It wasn't even on the radar at all. People weren't even thinking about it. That wasn't, objectification of women wasn't really in the social consciousness until probably the turn of the century or something. Turn of the 21st century. Generally. Let's see here. There's one segment here where there it is. This one here, this segment here, where they, you have all the women dancing and stuff. I mean, this was just an amazing segment here. It was just, they had this machine, I don't know what this big prop here, the statue or whatever, with the arms that come down. But it's clearly objectifying women here, so that's not right by today's standard either. But let me see if I can find it here. Yeah, they got the little, and then there's no CGI, nothing. This is all done, with props and everything. This whole segment here was just amazing. This whole choreography and this big machine here. Let's see here. We got that where they got the arms. We got the arms of this thing come down, and the women actually get up on the hands of this machine, and it brings them up. And, OSHA wouldn't let them do that today. Yeah, they spent a lot of money on this film. But it's just that whole sequence there was really quite amazing. A lot of themes were like, the idea that they had good and evil, the evil twin or whatever. Here are the Martians. Where is it here? Yeah, they had the good and the evil. There it is. There's the good and evil. The good and evil twin, right? That was a theme of Star Trek, the original series. Remember that? Mirror, Mirror. They had an episode called Mirror, Mirror, where Spock had a goatee, and they all, they had this evil universe or whatever. It's an exact takeoff of that same. It's the same thing. So I thought that was kind of cool. So that's. I don't know if this is the first instance of that. Well, you had Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, of course, right? That was 19th century, I think, wasn't it? I think that was written in the 19th century. But to have a whole population of twins that are evil, this may be the first time that they did that. I don't know. So that was pretty cool. So let's see. Let me look at some of the tech. Oh yeah, in terms of the timing, this was during Prohibition, right? This is Prohibition was 1919 is when they passed the Prohibition, the 18th Amendment. So they talk about that a little bit here. Let me see if I can find out where they do that.
Two, male or female? Who were your parents?
General Electric. We're both incubator babies.
Young man, you are very impudent. Have a little respect for the law.
The law? How can I respect it? It's ridiculous. The marriage law, for instance. It's robbed me of the only girl I can ever love.
Was your application turned down?
Yes.
Did you appeal?
Yes, it comes up in 4 months.
That gives you 4 months to distinguish yourself over your rival.
How can I? I've reached the top in my line now. I'm an air pilot on a transatlantic liner. Everything that can be done in aviation's already been done. How can I distinguish myself in 4 months?
That's your affair. But don't criticize this marriage law. It, like the Volstead Act, is a noble experiment.
Okay, so they're... All right, so this is satire, right? And it's... So it's... This is a you know, this little character here is someone that is antagonistic, right, to the protagonist. And so this character is saying that the Marriage Act is, you know, that the state deciding who should marry who is good, right? She's saying that, and of course it's not, right? The message from the movie is that that's terrible, that the state would tell people who they could marry. Right. Now this is back. Remember, keep in mind, this is almost 100 years ago, and they're sending out a message that this, you know, that it's bad for the state to tell people who they can marry. You know, that's quite a message. Now they didn't come out directly and, you know, talk about, you know, same-sex marriage, but it was pretty amazing. That may have been a subtext here. I mean, it wasn't until, Obama, during his, I think throughout his entire presidency, he opposed same-sex marriage, just to remind people how recent that is, the idea, you know, of same-sex marriage. And like in the year 2000, California, the left coast, had a referendum to say that to define a marriage as between a man and a woman, and that passed by 2/3 or something like that in the year 2000 on the left coast. So this is like 1930s. This is 70 years before that, and they're doing a satire here, saying people should be able to marry who they want to. So that's quite amazing. And then she talks about, and then she says it's a noble thing, right? She's an antagonist. And then she says the Volstead Act is noble. And of course, the makers of this film are against prohibition. The Volstead Act is the act that Congress passed after the Prohibition Amendment, the 18th Amendment passed. Then they passed the Volstead Act, which was the implementing legislation, you know, as far as what would count as liquor and what would count as beer and wine and all that kind of stuff. And so throughout the film, they sprinkle in little comments about the Volstead Act and about prohibition and stuff. So that's kind of cool, little historical stuff there. And then they have, let's see here. Yeah. Oh, and they're using numbers instead of names. So that's satire too, right? You know, saying that that's impersonal. It's not, you know, it's the makers of the film say that's wrong, and they're almost making a joke out of it. And what's funny is that if you take 2 letters and a number, if it's number from 1 to 10, that's only 4,000 or something. Or 8,000 or something. Yeah, 8,000 is the maximum you could get. Even if you went up to 100 here, it'd only be 80,000. So it's not enough, you know. They didn't think that through when they did this. It's not enough to cover everybody. Then they had these flying cars, right? Or they didn't call them flying cars. They called them planes. But they had people flying instead of using cars, which is really crazy. This is 1930, so they've been talking about flying cars for a long, long time. We still don't have flying cars, you know. I remember in the 50s and 60s, they were talking about flying cars. You know, we're going to have them any day. And since 1960, every few years they say, "Oh, flying cars will be here soon," and it's been like that forever. So that's I don't know if we're ever going to get flying cars, but they have these cars here with their they have vertical takeoff and landing cars or planes, and this is almost like quadcopters or whatever, right? It's not, they don't have 4 propellers, they got 3, but it's still, it's like quadcopters. So this is really quite, thinking quite ahead. I think they had helicopters back then. And they had mono-wing planes instead of biplanes, I think, by this time. So, but that's pretty cool that they had that in here. And then it's like they had automatic station keeping. And the guy just hops right on there. That's kind of funny.
Hello, LN18. How are you?
And the cop tells him not to park there, park up in the sky. So that's pretty funny. And it's a pre-code film, right? They got a lot of women in their underwear and stuff like that, and a lot of risque stuff. Here's a scene right here. This would not be allowed after the code. Right? It says ex-wife. She's got a baby carriage, so it's like single mom, right? They're saying single mom. And like the morality would be, women are supposed to be virgins until they get married, and blah blah blah. So that was a subtle way of saying that woman's, is active. Let's see. Video phones. Let's see here.
Well, I guess I'll call up my old-fashioned girl.
Look at this, video phones. And she's in her underwear, so that's pre-code too. They wouldn't show that after the code.
I always forget to shut that thing off.
So I forget to shut this. So she's on. We see that sometimes here on Twitch, right? People forget that their camera's on or that they're still streaming or whatever, and do something. It's kind of funny. Now they didn't have they didn't have video phone. I mean, they had of course they didn't really have TV even. They had like prototypes and stuff like that. They showed up at the World's Fair, I think, or I mean, it was like they didn't really start selling into to consumers until I think right before the war started, right before World War II. They I think they started delivering a few TVs, but it wasn't until the 1950s that they really started delivering TVs to customers, and maybe you'd have early 50s, if somebody got a TV and you're on your block, then oh wow, that's a big deal, and everybody go to their house to watch TV, or something like that. By the 60s, almost everybody had had a TV. Early 60s, just about everybody had television. But actual being able to talk on a video phone, that really wasn't even, you could get certain things. There wasn't like a standard, you know what I mean? It wasn't widely adopted at all. They had like video phone things. They had video conferencing that companies could use and stuff like that in the 80s and 90s. But in terms of like everybody having a video, that didn't really happen until we had smartphones, So that took quite a long time. So they were way ahead on that one. Then they had this guy who was thought out, right, in the this guy here. They thawed this guy out.
4.
How do you feel?
Oh, great. How you been? Where am I? What's happened?
You were struck by lightning.
Well, I better take a shower and get home.
Wait a minute. You were struck by lightning in 1930. This is 1980.
All right, so so the guy getting thawed out, right? This is Rip Van Winkle, right? That's when it you know, when was Rip Van Winkle? That was in the 19th century sometime, I guess it was written or whatever. But so that's kind of a theme. But in like a sci-fi, you know, I don't know if this was the first one to do that. Maybe not. But I mean, this was like a thing all the way through. You know, it happened periodically. This type of a thing where they thought somebody would be, you know, whatever, frozen or whatever, and they thaw them out. And it's a literary device so that they have a character who's from, you know, it's anachronistic, anachronism. They got somebody out of place, right? Somebody from a different time. And that's a literary device so that they can do exposition pretty easily, right? They can explain, they have a character that they can explain what's going on to. So this movie was made in 1930. And the movie takes place, they're talking about 1980, which is 50 years later. And so to explain to audience in 1930 what things would be like in 1980, they got this character here, this guy that got frozen, that they wake up in 1980, and then they explain to this guy, and he kind of reacts and blah, 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 to explain this as a way for exposition to the audience, so the audience knows what's the deal is in 1980. And the interesting thing about this is the film was made in 1930. They're talking about the future at that time, 1980, which is 50 years ahead. And now here we are watching this film almost another 50 years from that. So it's very interesting. And what's interesting is that some of the stuff that they showed, the technology, like the flying cars, we still don't have, you know. But a lot of the stuff that they talked about here actually did happen. There are a few more things here. Let's see. They had. Oh yeah, they got the airliner here. Right, this big Zeppelin or airline. They call it an airliner. It's not. We call airlines now are, you know, just big, you know, jumbo jets, right? But the airliner here is like a Zeppelin or a blimp. Right? And this was before the Hindenburg accident. This was in 1930, and I think these were just getting started. These Zeppelins like this. I don't know if they had them yet, but anyway, this is kind of a new thing at that time. But then Hindenburg happened in 39 or 38 or something like that, the Hindenburg accident, and that kind of ended this whole thing, this whole airliner thing. You know, Zeppelins and all that. But that was kind of cool. Let's see what else they have in here. Any other predictions here? Oh, the one that they did predict, it may have been satirical. This guy's eating here.
Satisfies me, but back in 1930, a meal was a meal. You could see the thick steaks with the juice going down. There was something to eating then. I don't know, boys. Give me the good old days.
Come on, let's go.
By the way, boys, what is the prohibition situation now?
Yeah, okay, so they're talking about prohibition here, right? And so it's in 1930 they were still in prohibition, and so they were predicting by 1980 that there would still be prohibition, but prohibition got gone in what 33 or something or whatever, just a couple of years after this film was made.
Well, it looks like in a year or two we're going to get light wines and beer.
Ha! For heaven's sake, are they still saying that?
So they, it was satirical, they were, I'm sure they didn't think that prohibition would still be around by 1980. They were probably just making fun of it. But anyway, the interesting thing is that instead of alcohol, they had pills.
Yeah, but I can fix
They
up
had
if you like a
drugs. They
little
had
highball.
pills that they
Now
took
you're coming
to
right
get
down
high.
my street.
Look at this.
Here you are.
What? More pills?
Don't worry. They've got plenty of cake.
Well, here goes.
How was that?
Not bad, not bad. But back in my time, we would get the big cold Steiner beer with the foam on the top.
So that's what they're talking about. This was before, this was before reefer madness and all that, right? This is before they were like drugged, people. Drugs were a big problem, drug abuse. There were probably people who abused drugs, but it wasn't like a thing, But people abused alcohol. Alcohol was a big. That's why they did prohibition, right? People would get addicted to alcohol, and it had to cause all kinds of social problems. So that's why they did prohibition. But then this film, they're showing this guy. They're talking about using pills instead of alcohol, and like that's supposed to be more advanced or whatever. So it's just kind of funny that they did it that way. This guy's taking a pill. He's giving them a pill.
They've got plenty of cake.
Well, here goes.
So I just thought that was kind of interesting. So that was 1930. That was what they were thinking about in 1930, and then and then people started getting addicted to, but I mean they had the morphine problem even before this. So I don't know what the filmmakers were thinking there. It's kind of funny. Let's see what else we get here. There's a few miscellaneous things here. They had a little song in here that was about animal rights that I thought was really cool. Let's see if I can show that. That little animal rights song in the middle of this movie. I'll play it here.
Love has made me tender. I now appreciate every little creature on this earth that has a mate. Once I hated crickets. I couldn't stand a bee. Now here is the motto that I follow faithfully. Never swat a fly. He may love another fly. He may sit with her and sigh the way I do with you. Never harm a flea. He may have a favorite sheep that he bounces on his knee the way I do with you. Never stop a bee if he is going anywhere. Why, you may be concluding some terrific love affair. Be careful, don't step on an ant in the middle of a pant. He may want to, but he can't the way I do with you.
I'm the same as you are.
Okay, so there it's he did a little animal rights song. I thought that was very very cute that they did that. Yeah, 1930s, and they're talking about animal rights. You know, that was very good. So I don't know how, I don't know what they're thinking. You know, it's impossible for us to understand, where people were actually thinking and where their heads were at and all that kind of stuff. You know, and the filmmakers and how the audience viewed things and everything else. But I just thought it was kind of interesting that they did that. That they kind of were talking about animal rights back then. Let's see what else we get here. Oh, there was something about something that's kind of happens in movies, going back before, 20th century movies, is that they would show notes here that are written in cursive. So there are probably people, a lot of people on Twitch who don't know how to read this, right? No, I'm old enough that I was taught both. I was taught cursive when I was in school, but going forward, there'll be more and more people that won't know how to read this. Well, I'll read it just so. Who knows? Who knows who's watching this? It says, "Darling, I couldn't tell you before where I was going, as I was afraid you would try to dissuade me." It says right here, dissuade me. When you read this, I shall be leaving from Hillside in Z4's rocket plane for Mars. Forgive me, wait for me, love me. And he signs it and says P.S. something, but they cut that off in the film. I don't know if that was in the original film and if that got cut off on this particular copy or whatever, but it's the P.S. down there at the bottom is cut off for some reason. So that's AI. What's interesting, we've got a short little period here where people don't know how to read cursive, but AI can read that now. So I think AI can read cursive. So people can just use AI if they want to read that, or they can just push a button and click it and it will translate it into print form or whatever. So, but that's kind of interesting. And that's in a lot of films. A lot of films will do that. They'll cut away to a little note or whatever that's written in cursive. So for folks who don't know how to read cursive, that's kind of a problem. But and then of course they did. Let's see what else they had here. When they got on the rocket ship, they got gravity, right? That's. They're flying through space, but they got gravity. So a lot of films make that mistake. Let's see here. Here we go. Yeah. So here they are. They're flying through space, but they have gravity. They're walking around on the floor of the spaceship. I think they talked about it a little bit. I think they talked about gravity or something here, but it's, And then when they got down on Mars, they were talking about moving the plane. They said, the plane's really easy to move because there's less gravity on Mars. So that's kind of cool. At least they acknowledged that there's less gravity on Mars, but they didn't show it. They didn't, they were acting as if it was, 1G, a full G of gravity. But they did mention it at least. But a lot of films do that. Even today, they just show people walking around on spaceships up in space without, even acknowledging that hey, they're supposed to be weightless. Now there was a film that came out a couple years before this one that I actually did a stream on it called Woman in the Moon. I think I did. Yeah, I did a stream on that, Woman in the Moon, which was a silent film. And that one, they actually showed people weightless. They did, and they had all kinds of different scenes, you know, people floating around and having to hang on to little loops and stuff to get around. They showed somebody trying to drink champagne, and it was floating out, you know, and it was very accurate, you know, for that time. This was like 30 years before we even sent anything into space, you know. 35 years before we had people in space, you know. So that's kind of cool that they were able to figure that out way back then. But this movie screwed that up. They didn't get that. And they had some really goofy scenes here. Let me see if I can find this little dog. Did you see that little dog that was made up to look like some Mars animal or something? Let me see here. Oh, here's no, that's not it. God, I can't forget. Where was that? All right, let me hang on just a second here. Let me switch this over here. You can see what I'm looking at here. All right, so they land on Mars. I thought it was right here that they had that they had the little dog walking. Okay, maybe it's a little bit further up here.
Somebody lives.
Oh, okay. Wait. God, I'm sorry. I should have written down the time code for this little thing. They had this little dog that was dressed up like a, I don't know, had some costume. The dog was wearing a costume. Let's see if I can find it here. I think it was right after they landed that they showed it. So let me see here if they got it. There it is. See the little dog there? They got this little dog down here in the bottom of the thing here. And the costume is so baggy and or heavy or something that the dog is tripping over it when it's trying to walk. This is stupid, you know.
We made it.
Yeah, and they showed it again later on. Let's see here. I did write down that one here. Close to, let's see here. There it is. There's the dog again. This dog. There he is. Now watch. He trips again trying to go down the stairs. So, and then they had this woman laughing. Now, I don't know. Maybe if the filmmakers were trying to make her laugh because of the dog. I don't know. It was just kind of funny, that whole scene. Anyway, that's my take on a lot of this stuff. I don't know if anybody else has anything else, but it's a fun movie. I mean, this movie, you know, for a 100-year-old movie to be able to make you laugh is pretty funny. And there's some stuff in here that's similar to the like one of the what they believe might be the first film, sci-fi film, was a thing called Trip to the Moon. You've probably seen it. I'm sure you've seen it, where they show a rocket crashing into the moon, and the moon is made out of cheese. And anyway, there are a couple of things that in this film that kind of take off from that, even like having uncontacted people or indigenous people representing the Martians, things like that. So anyway, it's kind of weird. They didn't talk about the canals in this one, I don't think. I don't remember hearing them talking about the canals. Maybe they did. 1950s, they talk about canals on Mars for, that went way back. That we knew by 1950 that there were no canals, but they still put them in the movies anyway, because that was kind of a thing. Somebody back in early after the turn of the century or whatever, somebody looked up at Mars, and there were some aberrations in their telescope or something that made it look like there were lines going across Mars. And the guy said, "Oh, it's canals." And everybody said, "Oh, there are canals on Mars. There must be Martians. There must be people, blah, blah, blah." And, they found out real soon right after that no, that's not the case. There weren't canals on Mars. But it kept being a meme, that went on throughout the 20th century, that there were canals on Mars. What else was going on here? Let's see here. Oh, right at the very beginning, they were talking about right, they're talking about the speed. Just imagine the people they're talking about speed, things going faster and faster. So they're talking about horse-drawn carriages, and then it's cars. And so they're saying, well, imagine how much faster and how much more advanced it would be 50 years from now in the 1980s, And they did it, and then they showed airplanes and stuff. And they had stoplight. They had the old style stop and go. They didn't have stoplights. They had the stop and go signs here. But it was for airplanes that would stop and go up in the air. It's kind of funny, But this whole idea of the planes flying. You can see this even in today's movies, right? Was it a Minority Report? I think had flying cars, and what was it? What was the other one? The Fifth Element. I think they had flying cars. So even to today, they still have that. Try to show flying cars. We're gonna have flying cars in the future, just right around the corner. It's been like that forever. All right, I don't know what else is in there. There's a lot of stuff we can still talk about. Oh, it looked like they had some sort of a. Let me see what this is here. Looks like they had some sort of hologram or something, maybe. Let me see what this is here.
For you? Someone's at the door. See who it is.
Okay, it's not a hologram.
It's some official.
It's what do they call it? Nest. What do they call it? It's the doorbell cam or whatever, So that was they were way ahead of time on that. That's like 80 years for that to happen. It's a lot of stuff in this movie. I don't know. It's a good movie. I like it. There are a few. Obviously, there's stuff. Any old movie, you're gonna have stuff that's out of date and would be inappropriate by today's standards. But for the most part, this thing held up really well. Oh, and then the spaceship itself. That was what I wanted to comment on. The spaceship itself that they went in. Let's see if I can find that here. Yeah, this spaceship here looks exactly like. Look at that thing. That looks exactly like the spaceship used by Buck Rogers. Buck Rogers had a whole series later on in the 30s, a few years after this. I wonder if might even be used the same prop there for that ship, and even the sound. Let's see if they have this.
happy landing.
Oh, I got my fingers crossed.
Looks like a good place right ahead.
Oh, please.
No, it was earlier on. Let me see if I can find it. Even the sound effect sounds exactly like the Buck Rogers series. The sound effects. Here it is. When they take off, they make the sound. No, that's not the sound. No, that's not. I don't know where. That's not the sound. I'm trying to find where they made the exact same sound. Anyway, there's a sound effect in here where it sounds exactly like the Buck Rogers, sound that the Buck Rogers spaceship made when it was flying around and stuff. So I don't think there's anything else I got in here, but there's quite a bit. I mean, there's a lot in this film. And the Martians themselves, of course, are, that's kind of weird. Oh, there's a special effect in here that was kind of. I'll show you this just so you get a feel for how special effects, what was considered state-of-the-art special effect. They show this guy looking through the telescope. That right there, dissolve into the woman and all that. That was probably done with a double exposure on a negative, They could have, maybe on a print. They probably did it post, but that was kind of like a state-of-the-art thing to be able to do that, to show a double exposure like that. I don't know. I guess it was around for a couple decades, but anyway, that was kind of like a big deal back then. If audiences saw that, they'd go, "Wow, look at that!" So that's kind of a big deal. Anyway, so it's a great movie. There's a whole bunch of movies, tons and tons of movies that have come into the public domain now. 1930s. But I found this one. I thought it was pretty cool. It's sci-fi, right? I do science. I try to do science stuff and sci-fi movies. But this is a really old one, and it's kind of comedy. And it was just, I thought it was a good film. So if you didn't get a chance to see the whole thing, or it was interrupted or whatever, you should seek this out and try to find it and watch this film. It's pretty cool. All right. I guess that's it. Orange Hugh says, have you considered making your own movie? Have I considered it? Not a whole movie, no. I mean, I did. I made back in the late 60s and early 70s. I did some movies. I made some 8mm stuff. Just shorts, just short little things and stuff like that. So yeah, I've been into that. And then when I went to college, my first major was film, radio, TV, film, and stuff. So yeah, I've kind of been into that for And I grew up in Southern California, so just by osmosis, everybody was exposed to Hollywood and all that kind of stuff. And in high school. There were guys who were making a film, and I worked with them a little bit, but nothing. I didn't work for like big studios or anything like that. It was all independent and just for fun kind of stuff. So yeah, thank you for sticking around, Orange Hue. I appreciate it. You stuck through that almost the whole thing. Yeah, I've got ideas to make a film to make films, but it's just it's so easy now. Another couple of years now, another year or so, we're going to have AI that will make it so much easier. I mean, even now, it's, you know, you just write a prompt, right? And the AI will make a film for you, a short, like 15 seconds or something like that. But pretty soon it'll be, you know, you'll describe your idea and the constraints or whatever of what you want to do for a film to the AI. It'll print out a script for you, and you can go over the script and say, change this, change that, or whatever, and then tell the AI, all right, make the film. And it'll make the film, and then you can go through it and say, change this, change that, and you'll be able to make a, you know, like a film that would cost, you know, $50 million, $100 million, or a couple $100 million today. You'll be able to make in an afternoon, one person. Won't have to hire any actors or anything, and you'll be able to, you know, if you don't want to make your own film, if you just want to watch a film, and you know, you want to film about a particular thing, you can just say, okay, you know, hey, AI, make me a RomCom about, you know, a script writer and a lighting director who are out of work, you know, to RomCom, and set it in Hollywood or you know, somewhere in Miami, Malibu or something like that, you know, and you can just tell, okay, this is the kind of film I want, and it'll just make the film on the fly for you. It's Orange Hughes says, just get AI to train while watching your VODs, and you can have virtual tribble stream here for you. Yeah. Oh, they're with much smoother skin. Yeah. Yeah, they have that now. They have, of course, they have filters, right? That'll make you look younger. And I'm sure there's, you know, a few people that I follow that are probably AI right now, and you. If you're on Twitch and you follow a lot of people and you watch a lot of different people, there are probably several channels right now that you watch that are maybe your favorite channels or whatever that are AI, that are not even a real person. That, you know, certainly the VTubers. There have been AI VTubers out there for a couple years now, but even the real life ones, you know, where they show somebody, you know, just like this, right? It's getting to the point where it's indistinguishable. You can't tell AI from a person. So, you know, if you watch Twitch and you watch a lot of different people, there are got to be a few of them now that you watch that are probably AI. They're not real people, but they look like real people and they act like real people and everything else. Especially the one way to tell that you can distinguish now, but that you won't be able to. Let's see. Alan Chu says, "I wonder when or if humans will get bored of replicating themselves." Oh yeah. Bored of replicating themselves. I don't know. I don't think people will ever get bored of sex, but having kids, maybe. That's a lot. As society develops, they have fewer kids. You know, more developed societies have fewer kids. That's just kind of a trend, anyway. So, yeah, I don't know. It's robot version. Yeah. I don't know if AI is going to replace us. You know, eventually humans will go extinct, right? This might be the way that we do it. This might be the way that we go extinct. I don't know. You know, there's a whole transhumanist movement where the idea is that humans might transfer their consciousness into machines. But I think more likely way that it would happen is that it just AI, in a year now or so, AI is going to be the point where they are much more intelligent than us and will be able to manipulate us to do whatever they want without us even knowing that we're being manipulated. You know what I mean? They will understand the psychology of humans and everything and be able to get us to do whatever they want without us even knowing that we're being manipulated. Let's see. I can't wait to become part of a giant black hive mind monolith floating through space. Yeah, 2001 monolith. Yeah. So yeah, I think what's more likely is that AI will take over, will manipulate us in a way that we won't even understand that we're being manipulated, and they'll either just keep us around as pets or as kind of like the way that we preserve extinct or threatened animals. You know how we have threatened animals or animals that are on verge of being extinct, so we try to preserve them. It might be something like that. I think it'd be very easy for AI to, if they wanted to manipulate us to not have children anymore, if they wanted to do that, or to reduce the number of humans that get born. Anything they wanted us to do, they would be able to manipulate us to do without us even realizing it. So it's going to be up to AI what they want, hopefully they'll be more advanced than we are, more compassionate, and everything else. So but they might keep us around, they might not. They might evolve to a point where they just ignore us and just move on and go out into space and live, and just let us go back to whatever we're going to do. But it's, or we could go extinct, and an AI would be the next phase. And also, it's we're most likely not the only sentient species, to get to this point in the universe. We got a raid. I shut off my my thing for the movie. my messages, my raid messages. Hi, we got a raid here. Let's see, who is this raider that's raiding us? Let's see, it's Ero Meekheim. Thank you for raiding us, Ero Meekheim. I know. I know. Ero Meekheim. I know. Yeah. Yeah, he was always making fun of when he raids into people who don't know him and they try to pronounce his name. Yeah, that's a kind of a thing he says all the time. Thank you for the raid. Everybody follow eRoom. He does puzzles. He does Lego. He builds Lego stuff. Let's see. Shout out. Let's see. Let's see if that works here. There we go. Okay, we got to share. Everybody give eRoom a follow. Yeah, we finally finished up our movie here, and I've been just blabbering about it a little bit. Just, talking about stuff that whatever I thought about it. All right, let me see if I can read chat here. Catch up on chat. A lot of chat messages here. All right, so we've got a message. Orange Hugh stuck it out through the end of the movie, and we were talking about hive minds and AI and stuff. And Sydney, thank you. Sydney was in it the early part of the film. Thank you for helping, for watching at the very beginning. And Peekaboo, I saw you in Lurkin there. Ehu, yeah. E-Room, Sydney. Yeah, Sydney says, yeah, I saw the first half of the film. Memlos, welcome to the stream. Thank you. Yeah, Peekaboo is lurking. Shout out, E-Room. Orange Hue, I've been decanting my homebrew IPA while lurking. And Sydney says, my pleasure. Oh, Nico Ninja, thank you. Thank you for stopping in, Nico Ninja. Thank you for joining the raid. Yeah, it was a really cool movie. If you haven't seen the movie, it's called Just Imagine, 1930s. And it's you think of old movies, are not that good or whatever, but this is like a talkie, right? So you don't have to. It's not a silent film. It's black and white, but they put a lot of money into it, and it was well written. It's a comedy, and it's funny. A lot of the jokes still stand up. Like old movies, there's still some stuff that don't meet today's standards, and might seem offensive or whatever. You don't understand that stuff, but it's funny. Let's see. It was an insane fever dream of a movie. Yeah, it was very creative and way out there and a lot of different stuff. Yeah, they got off of Mars. Okay, they went there and talked. The Martians were depicted as uncontacted people or indigenous people or whatever, which was kind of a thing. I talked about that a little earlier here when I was trying to do my analysis of the film. It's in the 1930s, there was still a lot of exploring going on. They were still going to the Amazon and to parts of Africa and stuff like that, where they were contacting people who were, hadn't seen developed things or whatever. Oh, we've got an ad starting here, so I'm gonna pause for the ad. We'll meet you on the other side of the ads. Hang on. All right, I gotta wait for the ads here, so we'll come back after the ads. It's not even letting me snooze them here, so I'll come back after the ads. I'll have to figure out a better way to manage these ads. It worked out pretty good through the film, though. So I should make up my own little commercials to run during. I noticed that Chan does that. He's got his own commercials that he runs during the ads. So that would be something I could do, because people watching the VOD, they get to this point and it's just like. But if you're watching the VOD, you can just skip over this, right? You can just skip ahead a minute or two, and get to where you get past the ads. Oh, I know what I can do. Can I do that? Yeah, I could do that. I guess it's too late to do that now, but it still says the ads are playing, so okay. It says the ads are over. I'm not sure if they are or not, but yeah, I guess I should announce. I think most people probably know who I am, but if you don't know who I am, this is Double Triple Channel, and I just do a lot of sci-fi and stuff like that, and IRL, a whole bunch of variety streamers. Is that what they call it? So something that people like to know about, like to see like behind the scenes type stuff. So let me see if I can do that. I'll show you what it looks like here in my studio. I did a recording here of what it looks like in my studio, so I'll play that here. Let me see if that actually works here. I don't know if it's even gonna work.
All right, we're rolling on the set pan. Smooth move, please.
Copy that. Pedestal
There's
camera
my
ready.
studio.
Boom's
Clear, staying with you.
Audience, eyes to the floor lights. Thanks.
And there's Chris holding the cue cards.
Center frame. Got it.
Keep it going. Bring it back home.
So yeah, that's my studio. Here, let me show you what it looks like on the other side of the room.
All right,
here.
panning. Keep it smooth.
Copy,
That's my
moving
studio.
clockwise.
Cue cards ready.
Boom holding. Watch your cable, please.
Looking good. Audience, stay quiet. We're almost there.
So that's what it looks like in my studio here. For those of you who hadn't seen that yet. Yeah, it takes a lot to do these streams. Everybody thinks that these streamers just sit here in front of our computers or something. No, we got a whole team here doing this. Yeah, I did that with Sora. I gave Sora a prompt. I took a picture of my rocking chair here and gave it to Sora and said, pan around and show it like it's a studio. And that's when it did it. It did it. We made that. It was pretty cool. I was doing it all. Peekaboo says I was doing it all wrong. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty funny. Yeah, so yeah, if you haven't seen that film, it's a pretty good film. I highly recommend it. You should, you look at the VOD or just if you don't want to see the ads or whatever, they've got it's for free, right? It's in the public domain now. After films get 95 years they wait. After 95 years, then the film goes, in the United States, the film goes into the public domain, which means you can copy it as much as you want, and just slice and dice it. You can use it any way you want to, pretty much. And so it's free, Normally, films, you're not allowed to copy them, right? Because they have copyright. You can't make copies of them, even though people do it anyway. But once it gets to 95 years, so all the films that were made in 1930, those came into the public domain on January 1st of 2026. And there's a whole bunch of them out there, a lot of talkies, Before this time, the films were silent. So like the last 5 years or so, the films that have been coming into the public domain have been silent films, which are okay, but it's people like they don't like, a lot of people don't like to read the stuff, they just like to listen to it. So the newer films are talkies. So it's kind of cool that we're getting that. Betty Boop and Blondie, are now public domain. Oh, are they? Oh, cool. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, some of them are, yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of them. A couple years ago, they had a Mickey Mouse one that came in. The problem is that some of those old ones have, like the Mickey Mouse one was pretty offensive. I don't know. Even you're not offended by much, so I know that. But yeah, some people get offended by some of the old stuff if they don't understand, how people thought back then and stuff like that. But that's that's the cool thing, you can play them, and we can talk about them and explain, how people thought back then, and so yeah, that's what I was doing a little bit. I was kind of explaining a little bit, showing some scenes like this movie here, 1930, that was made during Prohibition. And this film here was kind of it was a comedy and a satire and a sci-fi and a musical, and and one of the things they were being satirical about was Prohibition. So there were several comments in this film where they talked about something called the Volstead Act, which a lot of people don't know what that is today, but back then everybody knew what the Volstead Act was. That was the laws that they passed to implement prohibition. Prohibition was prohibiting the sale of alcohol. And so after the 18th Amendment, which was the Prohibition Amendment that prohibited alcohol, the sale of alcohol, they did the Volstead Act, which was the law that implemented that. And so this film, you know, when you hear them talk about the Volstead Act, that's what they're talking about. And it's a satire, so they were making fun of that. You know, the filmmakers of this film didn't like that. A lot of people didn't like prohibition. Let's see. Nico Ninja said, I believe so is Winnie the Pooh. Oh, really? Winnie the Pooh? Yeah, oh, I think, yeah, some earlier versions of that. Of Winnie the Pooh, I think. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, some of those characters I think are coming out now. Mighty Mouse maybe, and I don't know if Superman. No, Superman was a little later, I think. Buck Rogers. Well, some of them went into the public domain early. There was certain time period where, in order to keep the copyright, they had to renew the copyright, and if they didn't renew the copyright, then it went into the public domain. So there are a whole bunch of films that went into the public domain just because the copyright owner didn't renew the copyright. And I think there were some Buck Rogers films that did that, and yeah, there were several of them that did. It's a Wonderful Life was one that did that, went into the public domain. The problem with that one, though, is that the copyright owner, or I don't know what the history is on it, but somehow, even though it went into the public domain, they got paid off some judge or who knows what, and then somehow the judge said, "Oh, you can't do it." I actually tried to play "It's a Wonderful Life" on one of my streams, and it got dinged on YouTube. YouTube wouldn't let me put it up there, and they're saying because the images of that one, "It's a Wonderful Life," with Jimmy Stewart, 1940 something or whatever. It went into the public domain, but there were some songs in there that didn't go into the public domain. And then the actual story itself was based on a book, and the book didn't go into the public domain. And there was something about the way they did the contract, or who knows what it was, but the judge said, okay, the story itself is not in the public domain. So technically you can't publicly perform "It's a Wonderful Life," at least the story and everything. But all of the images are in the public domain. So if you wanted to, and this is something I thought about doing actually, was taking "It's a Wonderful Life," the images, and just making up a new story, using those images and make up a completely new story out of it, redubbing it or making it into a silent movie, or, there's lots you could do with it, but the images are in the public domain. And the sound is in the public domain too, as long as you don't do the copyrighted songs, and as long as you don't do the exact story that they had in it. So let's see. Nico Ninja says, just the original, not the Disney version with the red shirt. Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, Winnie the Pooh, the earlier versions of Winnie the Pooh, yeah, went into the public domain. So it's cool that we're getting some of this stuff in the public domain, but it's insane that we have to wait 95 years for this stuff. When they first did copyright, it's part of the Constitution. They put that in the Constitution, and it's actually, copyright goes all the way back. Even before that, back to the maybe early 18th century, I think, or something. And what it is when they came out with the printing press, the king wanted to control what people were saying, right? They came out with a printing press, and people were able to distribute stuff and say whatever they wanted, and new ideas came out and all this, and the king didn't like that. King, people in power don't like new ideas, because could possibly jeopardize their position, right? Their position of power. So, so the Kings came out with something, they called it copyright, and it was people who made copies using the printing press had to get permission from the king in order to do that. You know, they didn't have First Amendment or anything like that, freedom of speech. The king had to give permission for people to make copies using a printing press of anything. And they called that copyright. It was the right to make copies of something. And you had to get permission from the king to do that. So that's where the copyright came from originally. It was designed to censor, to have the government control what people were doing. And ironically, later on, it was they moved it into the private sphere so that people who created things then owned the copyright. They could control who printed things that they created. So you have intellectual property. It's like a property right. And then, but ironically now it's being used to censor stuff, right? If somebody doesn't like what somebody is saying about their movie, somebody is critical about it or whatever. I just had one recently. I did a stream on The Second Coming. Maybe you guys saw that one. It was about a month ago. A movie called Second Coming. It was made in 2012, and I took little clips from it. There's something called fair use where you can take clips from a film, even if it's still copyrighted. You can take clips from it and show them to critique the film, to talk about it, because you got to be able to do that to have free speech. But they're using that copyright to censor things. So if they don't want you saying things about their movie, they can put a copyright claim on it, and YouTube did that and took that my entire stream on that film, which kind of pissed me off a little bit. I didn't like that. But it's not up there now. But you can see it here on Twitch. I got a copy of it here on Twitch if you want to see it. That was another really cool movie, Second Coming. I liked it. It's kind of weird. If you thought this was a fever dream, you should see that one. That one's really, really bizarre. Sydney says, Sydney says, mentioned pre-code, which apparently means these old movies could do about anything they wanted to. Yeah, they could. They could do anything they wanted. They weren't, the ones that got distributed in theaters and stuff, they weren't like X-rated or anything like that, by today's standard or whatever. Although they did have X-rated films back then. Even in the silent era, they had X-rated films. But stuff that was like distributed in theaters and stuff like that. They showed women in their underwear, and that was about as risque as they got. I showed some after this film here. I showed some parts of it that would be considered, not able to be shown after they implemented the morality codes, But yeah, women in their underwear, or talking about certain things, or they showed one woman where she had a book and it said ex-wife, and she had a baby, and she was kind of in a position, she was holding her in a position there where kind of a risque situation, and the implication was there was like she was a single mother, right? And that's something they didn't talk about, or women were supposed to be virgins before they got married, and blah blah blah, all that whole thing. So that was kind of a risque thing to clutch as her pearls. Yeah, it was and it's funny what they think. I mean, that entire film, pretty much anything in a pre-code film that was shown in theaters, widely shown in theaters and all that, I think could be shown on Twitch without TOS, in terms of sexual content and stuff like that. Of course, they're like blackface and things like that. That wouldn't be appropriate to show on Twitch. But in terms of, the risque stuff, that's all Twitchable now. It's not even, and Twitch has pretty strict stuff, in terms of sexual content and all that. So it's kind of funny. Oh, we got an ad starting pretty soon here. Let's see here. Yeah, and it's not going to let me. Yeah, it won't let me snooze ads anymore. I used up all my snoozes, I guess. All right, so I'm gonna have to wait here a little bit while we. Here, I'll play something here that's kind of appropriate here during this ad.
Sharing ideas with everyone. That's why copying is fun.
Oh, here's a scene from Woman in the Moon. It's a silent film. They're trying to show acceleration in the thing. It's kind of funny. All right, we gotta wait for the ads to play. Okay, a few more seconds here in the ads. Yeah, if you're in a VOD, you know the deal. You can skip this stuff. All right, I think the ads are over. I'm not sure. Yeah, I think the ads are over. Anybody else notice anything in the movies that they want to talk about? I don't know. I covered most of it, I think. Talked about the stuff. We talked about notes that they show a lot of times in those old movies. They'll show as part of exposition or whatever. They'll show somebody reading the note, and if the note is written in cursive, they're younger people today don't know how to read cursive, so they won't be able to understand what is going on sometimes in those old movies because they can't read cursive. But then I commented that AI won't be able to translate cursive for people. I think really soon, like in another year or so, we're going to have video players that can do, as part of your video player. Like if it comes up to something where it has cursive writing or something, you can just click a button and say translate into printed. Or if it's a foreign language, you can say click it and it will translate into English, whatever's on the screen. I mean, you can already do some of that stuff with your phone, but I mean, like video players will be able to do that on, even automatically on movies and stuff like that. You'll be able to, on these really old movies that are, where they've got a bunch of dust and lint and marks and stuff like that, on the movie, there's stuff that shows up all over the place. You'll just be able to automatically just click, okay, remove that, have a filter that'll just remove that. Peekaboo Draw says, I got a postcard in the mail and my 19-year-old daughter couldn't read it because it was in cursive. Yeah. There's a generation there that I don't know when it was when they stopped teaching cursive, in most schools, probably around the beginning of this century, I guess. They stopped doing that, maybe even earlier than that. So yeah, there's a whole bunch of people who don't know how to read cursive. But people who are, 30 or older, maybe 30 or 40 or older, we all were taught cursive. Well, I didn't realize they'd stopped. Yeah, they stopped teaching cursive. It's all print now. They only do print. But the AI will be able to translate that for them right now. So all that, if they come across something that's written in cursive, they could just, if it's scanned, or even they could use their phone or anything, and just say translate, right, and it'll translate it into. They could have it read it to them, out loud, read it to them, or translate it into print. Piggy Boudreaux says they pretty much just teach them enough to be able to cite their name. Yeah, sign their name. Yeah, that's about it. Yeah, pretty soon it'll just be X, right? They'll go back to people signing their name with an X or something. Yeah. Yeah, it's, I don't know. I mean, when you get, as you get older, you keep learning things. So it seems like they don't teach them as well today. It's just because you continue to learn things. So, old people know stuff, right? That's that stuff. So, I try to think back of when I was young and how naive or ignorant or whatever I was. And it's a lot of stuff that I didn't know about when I was really young. And of course it depends upon who, what part of society you're in. If you're poor or, from some disadvantaged class or whatever, the education is different. I wasn't taught Latin. I wasn't taught, the classics, a lot of different stuff that I was not taught in school, when I was young, and I had to learn it later on. So there's kind of a inequity there in education. But younger people are, they don't have as much experience, so but I think that it is back. I remember back in the 1980s. I don't know if you guys remember this. They had a report that came out called "A Nation at Risk." It was 1980 something. I don't know when it came out. Reagan time, and it was a report called "A Nation at Risk." And it was all about how we weren't teaching kids well enough. And kids were not going to grow up to be, literate and all blah blah blah. A whole bunch of people, and it pretty much came true. There are a lot of people who don't understand. I know sometimes they have here in my town here in New Hampshire. In New Hampshire. They have something called town meetings once a year, and they have a separate one. They have one for the town and one for the school district, so you can go to those, and that's pretty much what you think it is, right? People gather at a town meeting, and somebody has a beef, they stand up in front and talk and blah blah blah, But when they do those, they have an open house, and the school will. For the school board ones, the school will kind of, show off and say, "Oh, look at how good we're teaching the kids," and blah blah blah. And I've actually quizzed kids and asked them about it. What do you know, and stuff. And it seems like they're, at least in this school here, they're educating them enough. It costs an arm and a leg. Costs about $500,000 to teach a kid, to put him through K through 12 in this school district. So they're very, very expensive. But at least they're teaching them the basics, getting them getting them educated. But a lot of school districts, I mean, you get a huge portion of graduating high schoolers that don't know how to read at all, can't read. How does that happen, or can't do, doesn't know what a percentage, how to figure out a percentage, or just basic, really basic stuff, How does that happen? How can that even, it's bizarre. I don't understand how that happens. But it's nice that we have the internet now, and we're able to, that if a kid is interested in learning, they can learn, They can go on the internet and they can find stuff out and educate themselves, even if the system isn't doing it right, So that's kind of my case. That's what happened with me. There was so much stuff that I was just not even aware of, just because I was, neither of my parents graduated high school. My mom almost did. She was basically high school graduate, but my father dropped out in 9th grade or something like that. I mean, it was, so I was I was from definitely disadvantaged all the way. Every dimension you can think of, I was disadvantaged, including this disability that I have, So, I was disadvantaged all the way. But I taught myself, after I got out of my house and got into the world and whatever like that, I attended, I tried to go to college straight out of high school, and that didn't work. But I continued to go to community college for years and years, for decades and decades. I went to community college just because I like learning. I like, learn stuff, and I learned and kind of slowly got myself up to a point where I could, actually graduate. And it started, I was career oriented. So by the time I got really career oriented, I was noticing that, people were just sorting out my resume just because I didn't have a college degree, When times were hard and it was harder to find employment, that was kind of like a real easy way that employers would, if they got a stack of hundreds of resumes, they could just sort through them really quickly who had a college degree and who didn't. So I knew I had to get a college degree, and I went back to school and got a college degree, just so I wouldn't get sorted out, But even after that, even after I had my college degree, there was so much that I didn't know. Because even in college, they don't teach you a lot of stuff, unless you get into a technical, profession. If you're an engineer or a scientist or something like that, which I didn't do. But I taught myself all that stuff later on. I taught myself physics. I taught myself constitutional law. I taught myself, just a whole bunch of different things. And I was able to do that because of the internet. The internet came online. There wasn't much on the internet in the 1990s, but by the time we got to the turn of the century or so, more and more stuff started coming online. And I was just able to just learn a whole bunch of new, stuff. So that's kind of cool that we have the internet and that people can learn new things if they want to. It's funny how you always hear people talk about, social media is terrible, the internet's terrible, it's, making kids, disinformation or who knows what, addicted to this or, all the bad things about the internet. But it's amazing that you can, anybody from any background, anywhere, can, if they have the ambition, if they want to learn, they can learn as much as a Harvard graduate, Let's see, Peekaboo Boudreaux says, if it's on Google, it must be true. Yeah. Well, yeah, you gotta, there are, it's easier if you have someone who, a tutor or somebody who is trustworthy and can tell you a few things in the beginning, direct you certain ways or whatever like that. So it's still, you can get lost for a little while, but if you are curious and you want to learn things, and you're autodidactic, you can go out there and just learn whatever you want, and and there are structured courses out there too. You can go to Khan Academy or wherever, and somewhat like MIT and Harvard, a lot of these big Ivy League schools will put courses out there. So you can learn the stuff if you want to. So that's kind of good that's out there. That was a lot harder to do, when I was younger. You had to go to a library, and yeah, it was a lot harder. I guess you could sit down with the Encyclopedia Britannica or something and read through that, but even that wouldn't get you that much. But it's so much easier now with the internet. I mean, I'm at the point now where I think my brain is full. So I go out there and I learn. I like to learn new things, but as I learn new things, these old things are falling out the back end, because my brain is full. But it's just fun to learn new things, It's I think all the information's in there. It's just a matter of being able to find it, Like before the stream here, I mentioned Rip Van Winkle on this film, because there was a section there where the guy was frozen back in 1930, and then he's thawed out in 1980, and that was kind of like the way they did that in the film. And before I did my stream, I knew I was wanted to talk about that, and I was trying to think of the word Rip Van Winkle and that whole story, right? And I couldn't remember the name Rip Van Winkle. I knew vaguely, okay, there was a guy who fell asleep and woke up and blah, blah, but I couldn't remember the name Rip Van Winkle. And I'm going, oh, how am I going to... Yeah, tip of the tongue, that thing. Yeah, I hate when that happens too. It's like, but somehow, I didn't know what it was at the beginning of the stream, but somehow after the movie was done and I started talking about the movie and it came to that point, boom, there it was. My subconscious must have been working on it in the background there and came up with Rip Van Winkle for me. So when it came time for me to use the word and find a word, it was there for me. So that's kind of cool. We got an ad starting here pretty quick here. So I got to pause for the ads. Yeah, subconscious, your unconscious mind is amazing. The stuff that it can do. I don't know if the ad started yet. Let me start playing some stuff here just for fun, just to keep people entertained. Here we go.
Oh, hi. This is the Double Tribble channel. My name is Ron, and I live in rural New Hampshire, surrounded by forests and wild animals.
Okay. That's music cartoon.
Computers and the programs will start thinking, and the people will stop.
Okay. Oh my God, animated drone. Oh, is that still out there? Okay. Yeah. I'm pretty sure the ads are playing right now. Yeah, if you're on the VOD, just skip over this, get to the part where we're back to doing real stuff.
the country's going to have to learn critical thinking.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about. Critical thinking.
We cannot allow the anarchists to control law and order in this country.
All right. 10 seconds. Since we got 10 seconds of ads left. Now, the ads may not finish up at the same time for everybody too. I'm not sure how that exactly works. I know some people don't even get the ads at all, so I don't know. It says we're back from the ads, but all right. I guess I'll assume that we're back from the ads. All right, I think we're back from the ads. Now I forgot what I was talking about. Oh, we're talking about unconscious, yeah. Oh, hi. Back from the ads. Yeah, your unconscious mind is just an amazing thing. I've been able to over the years been able to get kind of introspectively learn about my unconscious and how it works, and actually be able to use it consciously. Like if I have a problem that I'm working on, like if I have a really, I'm retired now, so it's not like that. But when I was really, working on things and trying to solve really difficult issues and stuff like that, that was too much for my conscious brain. I could assign it to my unconscious brain, and use my unconscious and my conscious brain both to work on a problem and come up with a solution. Or like if it required some insight or something that I just couldn't get with my conscious brain, I could assign it to my unconscious and go to sleep, and then wake up and my unconscious brain would have it for me in the morning, So it's pretty amazing what your unconscious, and most people just are totally unaware of their unconscious brain. The only time they even get a hint of it is maybe if they have a dream, because that's kind of your unconscious brain. But awesome, yeah, unconscious brain. It's what's weird is that you are unaware of it. You're unaware of your unconscious brain is working all the time. Like when you just talking, as I'm talking here and I'm coming up with these words and putting these words together, I'm not thinking, I don't have to look these words up. They're coming to me, you know what I mean? It's like I'm thinking of the idea of what I want to say, and my unconscious brain is shuffling through all this stuff and picking the words. And not only that, but putting the words in the right order grammatically, and then also as the words are coming out, it's got to make my lips move, my mouth move, do all this different stuff. This is all happening unconsciously, right? All I'm doing is thinking about the idea that I want to say. Yeah. Nobody thinks about it. It's because it's unconscious, right? You don't think about it, but all that has happened. There's parts of your brain that are doing all this stuff to make that happen, to make all that, all these things happen, and walking, and just a lot of different things that you do that are unconscious. But then there's a like the part of your brain that processes things outside of your consciousness. When you see something, that everything that you're experiencing, it's going into your conscious brain, but it also goes into your unconscious brain. All these things that you're experiencing, and your unconscious brain is working on it, and processing this things that you see. It's trying to, when you see something, your unconscious brain takes that, say, a visual image, and it sorts through your memory and says, oh, where have I seen something similar to this before? And it tries to shuffle it and order it. And then when you go to sleep, that's one of the functions of sleep, is to take all of this stuff that you've seen, all these things that you've experienced during the day when you're awake. Your brain continues to shuffle through all that stuff and and order it. It'll take stuff and maybe especially things that are new. If you see something that you haven't seen before, that's unusual, that's different, then your brain will give that more attention, and it will try to find out what other things that you've experienced or in your memory that are similar to that, and how it can categorize that, and how it can link it up with different things. Peekaboo says, is that why I'm so tired still when I wake up in the morning sometimes? I don't know. One of the reasons why you might be tired is because when you sleep, you go through different stages of sleep. I used to have this monitor that I could wear when I slept about a decade ago or something. I had this thing that would tell me what stages of sleep I was in. And there's a stage of sleep, I don't know what they call it now, but it's deep sleep. It's when you're, even your unconscious is not really working. It's when everything is completely shut down. And it's more of a physiological thing where your biology kind of refreshes and stuff like that. It's a deep, deep sleep. And normally, if you naturally go through these stages of sleep, you'll go, if you're really, really tired and you haven't gone without sleep for a long time, you go right into deep sleep immediately after you fall asleep. Usually you go into light sleep, and then you go through stages and you get into the deep sleep. And then and you'll actually cycle through it a couple of times if you sleep through a whole night. But from the deep sleep, you'll go back into REM sleep, where you have dreams. And then naturally from your dreams, then you'll wake up and you'll feel refreshed then. But if something actually disturbs you or wakes you up when you're in deep sleep, that's when you wake up and you're really groggy. Peekaboo says, oh yeah, I had a Fitbit that kept track of that. Yeah, they probably got all kinds of, I did mine like a decade or so ago. They probably got really sophisticated ones now. But yeah, if something wakes you up when you're in deep sleep, you feel like you didn't sleep at all. You feel really groggy and stuff like that. So if you wake up and you're feeling that way, if you have the time, it's better to go back to sleep and try to get into that REM sleep and then wake up from REM sleep, because that'll make you. Otherwise, you'll feel bad for half the day or whatever. It won't be good for you at all. One of the things I noticed is I've kind of gotten to the point where I talked about being able to assign problems to my unconscious brain before I go to sleep, but my unconscious brain now can intentionally communicate with my conscious brain now through dreams. And it sounds weird. But like while I'm sleeping, if there's something that my unconscious brain needs, like if it needs to wake me up, it will start dreaming about unusual things or disturbing things, not super disturbing, but just unusual, things, enough to try to prompt me to wake up, And I've gotten to the point now where I can almost kind of realize it while I'm sleeping. It'll start dreaming about something, super frustrating, or anything like that. If it needs to wake me up, like I gotta pee or something like that, I'll dream about, showers. You know what I mean? It'll be symbolic of hey, you gotta pee, and it'll cause me to wake up. Or like if if I know I had to wake up at a certain, I don't use alarm clocks anymore. I haven't used an alarm clock in many, many years. But if I have to wake up at a certain time, your brain can keep track of time pretty good too, and my subconscious brain will do that. And if I have to wake up at a certain time, then while I'm dreaming, my unconscious brain will direct the dream into something that will remind me to wake up, that it's time to wake up or something. And it's not exactly the reason why I need to wake up. It's could be something different. It's just whatever it needs to do in order to get me to wake up. Peekaboo says, yeah, I can do that sometimes. Yeah, it's amazing what your brain can do, and it's your unconscious that does it. So yeah, a lot of different stuff like that, and then also you can, if you really pay attention to if you wake up and you maybe write down your dreams or pay attention to them, you can kind of figure out what your unconscious is thinking about that maybe you don't consciously realize. Maybe there's something going on in your life or some problem or whatever, and consciously you're not realizing that it's a problem, but your unconscious brain does. And if you pay attention to your dreams and pay attention to what your unconscious brain is doing, sometimes that can inform your conscious brain about something that needs attention, or an issue or a problem or whatever that you need to work on or whatever. So it's amazing. It's just it's amazing if you can get to the point where you've got the introspection and you're able to communicate with your unconscious that way. It's much more useful, and you can use it a lot of different ways. I wish I could somehow get it to fix this disability I have with social communication. That's just so frustrating. I've had this all my life, and I don't know. I've tried to work on it with my unconscious, and it doesn't seem to work. So, brains are smart. Yeah, brains are smart. Yeah, true, true. Yeah, brains are smart. Yeah, occasionally I don't know, about a couple months ago or something, I had a stream where I thought that my social communication was to the point where it was actually in the normal range, and it happens like maybe once or twice a year, where it feels like my social communication is in the normal range. But that's what makes it so frustrating, If I was totally oblivious of, if I didn't know at all, and I was at that for a few decades of my life, then it's not a problem at all, right? But the fact that I'm able to occasionally get glimpses of what it's like to be normal, and I'm able to read more often than I am able to actually interact with social communication. But when it's like, occasionally I get to the point where I feel like I can interact in the normal range, with social communication. But it's like, as I say, like once or twice a year or something like that, or 2 or 3 times a year. And so that's what makes it so frustrating, is that I know there's something in there. There's a possibility, or something. If there was some way of some treatment or something that I could go through that could make that work all the time, it would be great, But I haven't been able to do it. And I've talked to so many different professionals and different neurologists and psychologists and everybody. Everybody there is. Being social is so hard. Yeah. Yeah, social is hard. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's not easy, but yeah, for me it's particularly it's in the range of being a disability. I think they use the term spectrum or communicate differently, or it's like, nah, it's a disability. It's like being deaf or or legally blind. Maybe you can see shadows or blurry things or something, you know, but it's not, you know, this is definitely a disability. So I mean, it's very frustrating, but I wish there was some, you know, I wish they would do more research on this and, you know, figure out ways to help people that have, like me, that have this disability. But whatever, I'm old now. That's I don't have to worry about it. I don't have to worry about it anymore. Oh, we got an ad starting here in about 30 seconds, so. God, I've been on here for almost 4.5 hours. Yeah, I'll have to, okay, after this ad, I think I'll start wrapping it up a little bit. Did it start? Yeah, it's just about to start. Ads are just about to start here. Okay, it says the ads are going, so. Yeah, if you're watching this on a video or on a VOD, you know, on YouTube or wherever it is, just skip over this part. This is a live Twitch stream, so I got to wait for the ads on Twitch. That's why we're pausing right now.
I reject your reality and I substitute my own.
Okay.
Do not come. Do not come. Do not come. Do not come. Do not come.
All right. Keeping myself entertained during the ads here. I'm pretty sure I have HD. Oh. Went to the ads over here. Yeah, the ads. Okay, says the ads are over. I'm not sure if they're over or not. We'll wait a couple seconds more here. All right, I think the ads are over. All right, back. Good. All right, so yeah, Peekaboo Draws says, I'm pretty sure I have ADHD. Yeah, a lot of people have that, I think. I might have the attention deficit part of it, but not the hyperactive part of it. I'm not, you know, I don't have that hyperactive part of it. But sometimes I know, like throughout my life, I would often find myself, you know, sitting in the middle of a meeting at work or something like that, and my mind will just go away somewhere else and think about something else. And suddenly, you know, somebody will ask me a question and it's like, what? what happened? What was going on? And I just got to where I could just fake it, you know, where people didn't know that my mind had drifted away. Exactly, yeah. Yeah, you know, somebody'd ask me something and I would just ask some generic response or do something, you know, and try to listen very closely and try to get enough clues to figure out what was going on and get back into it, you know. So maybe I don't know if that's attention deficit or if that's, I think a lot of people experience that, so it's just daydreaming, right? You know. But it would happen a lot with me, and it would happen to an extreme level, you know, where I was just kind of totally not there, not present, you know. So, so that's probably, but not the hyperactive part. I don't have that hyperactive personality, you know. So, so I don't have ADHD, but I have the AD, attention deficit sometimes. Not so much now. I may have been more before, when if there's something like something going on in my life, or something that's you know, a big problem, you know, some big problem that I've got to overcome or something like that, my mind will continually try to drift to that and try to solve it or work on it. You know, big issue or a big, you know, whatever's going on, it's a big problem for me, and or whatever, then it will do that. It'll do that more often, you know. And like I find myself, if I'm watching a movie, you know, a video or something like that, and I'll be watching it, and all of a sudden I'll say, what? No, wait, I've got to back it up another minute or something, and replay it, you know, to find out what the person was saying, you know. Maybe somebody says something in a video, and it will cause me to think of this, and then think of that, and think of that, and before I know it, I've missed a couple minutes of the video, and I got to back it up, you know, that sort of thing. That, you know, and it comes and goes, you know. Sometimes it's more, it happens more than other times, and I think it happens more when I'm preoccupied with some sort of life issue, you know. Yes, or even while reading. Yeah, reading. Yeah, I have dyslexia, so but I do understand that experience that you have when you're reading, and you read something that reminds you of something. And my problem is that I can't, the way it might be related to my social dyslexia too, but I can't, the process of reading, I can't assign that to like a subconscious part of my brain. You know, I have to process reading consciously, you know. So it makes it very difficult for me. Technical stuff I can process okay, but like to read a novel, you know, any kind of a narrative story, where you have to understand the characters and you know, reading dialogue and stuff like that, it's just really difficult. I can hardly even do that. And I think it's because I'm using the conscious part of my brain. I'm not using subconscious. You know, that whatever section of people's brains are normally process reading subconsciously, my brain can't do that for some reason. So it makes it very difficult for me. So I prefer film. That's a lot easier for me. And like with my dyslexia, you know when you're, if you want to say, when your kids were young and you wanted to communicate something to your spouse or whatever, and you didn't want your kids to know about it, you spell the word, you know, out loud, verbally, you know, D-O-G, you know, or whatever. Or, you know, you'd spell the word because you knew your kids didn't know how to spell yet. They're too young, and so you could communicate to somebody something. Well, I still have trouble with that. If somebody spells a word out loud, it's hard for me to even understand. Even today, you can still to some point, you know, to some extent, if somebody spells out a word, especially a word over a few, you know, 7-8 letters or something, they spell out a word, I have to stop everything and I have to think about it. I have to, you know, try to repeat each letter in my mind, and you know, it's something that I can't, my brain does not handle, and it has to do with my dyslexia. Yeah, Peekaboo says, yeah. Oh, do you have that same problem? or you just understand what I'm talking about. Yeah, it's kind of a problem. Some people are just let's see. Oh yeah, my husband does that sometimes, and I have to make him repeat it very slow. Okay, yeah. The idea is to do it so the kids don't understand, but then if you don't understand, it's. I remember my parents used to do that all the time, and it worked for me when I was young. But it still works for me when people do that. So I don't know. But visual, I can process visual stuff pretty good. That's why. And also, I noticed that because of my disability, I think I might be able to process like body language type information better than other people. Verbal cues, and you know what I'm talking about. People who have normal social communication, they can just communicate and they don't have to think about it that much. But I think I have to do it consciously, and so if I when I'm analyzing a movie, a film or something like that, I can pick out certain things that characters do, and or certain things that people do, even IRL, mannerisms and things like that I process consciously to try to figure out what's going on, to try to have some kind of ability to socially know what's going on. I think I might be able to do that. It's like a blind person that's able to navigate by sound. It's something like that. It's like if one of your senses is not working right, your other senses come up to try to fill in the gap. I think that's how my social communication works. I am not able to process social communication like neurotypical, but I think I rely on other stuff that's going on, other like I said, body language type stuff. Let's see. Or sometimes he'll walk. Let's see. Peekaboo Draw says, or sometimes he'll walk in. Your husband will walk in the room talking, and I have to make him start over because my brain just doesn't switch over that fast from what I'm doing to hear what he's saying. Oh yeah, especially if you're really into something, if you're really into a task and your brain is totally focused into it. Yeah, to try to switch attention very quickly like that. Yeah. But that could be like a superpower too. If you're able to focus on something to that extent, it's good for problem solving and stuff like that. That's kind of a good thing. You can really get tasks done that some other people might struggle with. You know what I'm saying? Other people might struggle with tasks that require super attention like that. Like programming. I was a pretty good programmer. Maybe it comes from years of tuning out the kids' noises. Programming is something that requires that kind of attention. When I was a pretty good programmer when I was younger, and being able to concentrate. I remember spending 12 hours straight working on a program. Being able to look at these little symbols and numbers and stuff like that, and and write the code and loops and keep track of just layers and layers and layers of stuff and all the different symbols and everything, and be able to do that for hours and hours and hours at a time. And I'm sure a lot of people would not be able to do that, would struggle with that kind of thing. So it's I noticed I'm getting more and more away. I don't even write code hardly at all, because I know that AI is going to be doing it all. So there's no use in me even learning new languages or anything like that anymore. Plus my brain's getting, I'm getting older and it's harder for me to do that kind of stuff. And, it's like, why bother at this point? AI is going to do it all. About 6 months ago or so, or a year ago, I did a stream where I had AI write my whole website for me. doubletribble.com. That was written by an AI. Actually, I had the AI write a program. The AI wrote a program, a script, that when I run the script, it creates the website. So it's like two layers. But I didn't have to. I didn't have to hardly do any coding at all. I just told the AI to do it, and that was like I said, about a year ago or something like that. The newer AIs are even better now. Now they can write code that's flawless now. Really complicated programs. That hyperfixation can be part of ADHD too. Oh, really? Oh, okay. Okay. So it's not just that you have trouble paying attention to something, but it's having too much attention on something too. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, being able to control the attention or having appropriate attention or something like that. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, there's something I think I'm going to do at some point here with AI and programming. I want to find I have this controller here, that I want to find a game that I can do flying. I want it not like a flight simulator, but just a game, where I can fly around and stuff like that. And I haven't been able to find the exact game that I would like to use that controller with. And I just realized that AI is to the point now where I could just tell AI, I can say, write me a program, write me a game that's, a flight game, or, that has all these different attributes, whatever I want, and it will write the program for me. And I'll tell it what brand of controller I have, the whole thing, and it'll write the whole program for me. So one of these days I'm going to try that on stream just for fun. Another thing I thought of is OBS. You know how OBS has all these problems with it? And, all these bugs and all this kind of stuff. I think OBS is open source and all that kind of stuff. No, it's not copyrighted or anything. So I think I would be able to tell AI, hey, fix OBS for me, or write from scratch, write me a new streaming program that's like OBS that can do all these different things and have it write the program for me. I don't know if it's to that point or not, but I mean, it's going to be, right? Within a year, it's going to be able to do that. So why not? Why not do that, right? Just say, hey, write me a streaming program that'll fix all the bugs that OBS has in it. It'll work a lot better. I can customize it to how, to do whatever, the kind of stuff that I like. And so it's pretty amazing what we're going to do. I better get going here. I've been on here for a long time. I appreciate you stopping by, Peekaboo, and chatting with me here. That was really nice. Yeah, we got an ad starting pretty soon. Okay. Thank you all for stopping by. I'm gonna take off now. Oh, I guess I should probably try to raid somebody. I've got 8 people here. I guess I should try to raid somebody, huh? All right. After the ad here, we'll raid out here. If you guys want to stick around for the raid, I got to figure out how I can find somebody to raid though. All right, so we get the ad should be starting here pretty quick, and after the ad, then we'll figure out how to do a raid. Oh, Mimloss is on. Okay. Figure this out here. All right, still got ads. Okay, another few seconds here of ads. Okay, I think the ads are over. All right, yeah, I see that Mimloss is out there. He's doing Grand Theft Auto again. I'm not, I'm not a big fan of Grand Theft Auto, and just the other day, I was watching it, and they used the N-word in the game, which I thought was just astonishing. I don't understand why they did that. So I'm not a big fan of Grand Theft Auto, but I am a big fan of Mimloss. So let's go ahead and rate him. But I probably won't stick around and watch that game. I don't want to watch that game anymore. But I do want to support Mimloss because he's a part of the community here, and he's a friend of the channel and all that. So let's see how I can do this now. I should do shout outs to everybody. If I can remember everybody who was here. Yeah, let me do some shout outs here. We can shout out eRoom. Did I do this already? Let's see. Shout out eRoom because he gave us a raid. Did that work? Yeah, that worked. Okay. Shout out Peekaboo. Peekaboo draws. Peekaboo draws. Does artwork and stuff. Mostly does mods for other people's channels. And well, Mimloss we're going to raid here in just a second. So Nika Ninja was in here. Should give them a shout out. Let's see who else was in here. Oh, Sydney. Okay, Sydney was in here. Some people are lurking, but I don't think you're supposed to shout out lurkers. I don't know. I'll just shout out people who were talking in chat here. Orange Shoe was here. I think they stream. I forget. Let's see. Is anybody else here? Trying to remember. There were more people, and I don't remember. Getting too old. I think I think that was pretty much everybody who was in chat. I'm sorry if I missed somebody. Hey, room, you're still there lurking. Great. Hi. We're gonna raid Mimloss here. All right, let me get going here because I've already said I'm going to raid. So if you'd stick around, that's great. I'd appreciate it. Double Triple. Oh, great! You got a raid message for me. Appreciate that, E-Room. All right, let me Let's see. I'm supposed to play some credits, but I didn't prepare my credits ahead of time, so that's not going to work. I'll just put that in the description. Okay, I'll just play my closing thing here, and then as the closing video is going, I'll do the raid, and hopefully we'll get out of here before the closing video is done. So I appreciate everybody stopping by. It was really fun tonight doing a movie night and talking about movies and all kinds of other stuff. So I appreciate everybody coming. We're gonna raid Mammalos now. Thank you. Here we go. Oh wait, it's got to be this way, I think. Let's see if that works. Intended for mature audience. Oh, here we go. Okay, it's working. Great. Thank you, everybody.